All right, I'll get a volume. Yeah, okay. All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. The first item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
I'll do that.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for the honor.
No business at the local Cannabis Control Board. Order of agenda, two things. I think it makes sense to bring up the agenda item involving the ratification and the agreement between the town and the IBEW for after our executive session. So we will go ahead and do that. And then I would recommend that we table the appointment of Dylan Kreis, if that comes Kreis to the Hartford Planning Commission. That's no reflection on his candidacy. It reflects the fact that we've committed ourselves to advertising those vacancies, fairly prominently on the website, and it may not have happened in this case. So we'll table that and get the vacancy posted on the website. And probably take that back up at our meeting on May 2nd. So those are the two items in the agenda. Our next item is executive session. So I would take a motion to go into executive session. Yep.
Mr. Chair, just relating to that tabling,
Yep.
Could we just briefly discuss if we would like to direct town staff to post all vacancies for committees and commissions on social media and listserv, or is it as a board we decide like just being on the town website is sufficient? Because it is already on the town website. It's not that it wasn't on there.
So it's a question of doing it more broadly, like,
But not just this position, like all vacancies. Like there could be just a list of all the vacancies as they are on the website right now that get posted publicly once a week or twice a month or something like that.
I have no objection. Anyone? All it looks like we've got some consensus on
like much to ask, or is it? I mean, I know it's adding another task to an already overtaxed staff.
Well,
I think if there's a process for it, it would be fine. I think if is the board always aware of which of your committees or commissions you have vacancies on? So if that can be reported to Lana, it's super easy to post it once a week. But it's the making sure who's knowledgeable and responsible of the board vacancies. Should it be a liaison, or should it be like the chair of the commission?
Nick?
Yeah, I personally would love to see this put into the Valley News, what we have for positions for boards and commissions. We still have a lot of the population of the town of Hartford that reads the paper. And if we could put this in like every other week or something, that would help to fill some of our positions that we have vacant on boards and commissions. I realize there's a cost that goes along with this, but I believe that this is something that we could utilize to fill our boards and commissions that we're lacking on. So that's what I would propose. I realize social media is the go-to nowadays. However, there's still a large number of Hartford residents that believe in black and white paper. And that's definitely something worth getting it posted into.
Well, so in that vein, one of the other options might be when the agenda is posted every other week, and it's posted at the senior center, it's posted at all the libraries, it's posted in the various, buildings that are involved with the town. It's not the newspaper, but that's another option, is to, at the end of the agenda, post commission openings without.
But the agenda does get posted in the newspaper, correct?
Correct.
Right. So
No, I was just trying to offer a cost-effective and a non sort of deadline option.
I understand, but if it's going to be on the end of the agenda, that's fine. It would still get in the paper. But what I'm saying is that due to the large population of Hartford that still reads the Valley News, it needs to get in the paper one way or the other. And I don't think that having it just part of the agenda is enough. I'd rather see a separate ad for it, because a lot of people look at the agendas, but they don't go to the bottom of it to bother, to bother themselves with the rest of it. So I would like to see it a separate item.
Yeah, and then Gail.
Have a proposal for how to fund it.
I would say it would come out of the select board budget. It's our responsibility to fill these positions in order to serve the town of Hartford. So if we're going to serve the town of Hartford for boards and commissions, we should fund this. So my suggestion is to fund it out of the select board budget.
I think we'd want to see the cost. Can we, our initial idea was that we would post these prominently on the website. I understand that it would make sense to get it out sort of more widely. If the town agenda is posted in the Valley News, we could have a list of vacancies ongoing, encourage people to apply, and then it would get into the Valley News, and it's something we already do. So I think that would make sense, but any thoughts on this one?
Yes.
Marcy? It's okay.
Marcy Bartlett and Wilder. I had a great talk with Allie earlier in the day today. We emailed last night and spoke. Oh, look at that. 4/11/27. We have a public information officer position that's been funded to begin after the 1st of July. Yes.
Yes.
This to me seems like a perfect piece of that job description, because it would be the paid person's job to do whatever you decide to get that information out.
Thank you. I think that's a great idea. Now, remember, the initial conversation here was that we were just tabling an appointment for a meeting. So without getting too far into the weeds, I think it would be nice, one second, to make sure that we do have them up on the website. And then I do think Marcy's idea is probably pretty good too. So something to think about. I don't know if it's the scope right now, it's just a conversation, because really the only thing we were doing is moving agenda items. Allie?
Well,
gentlemen.
to that effect, I wonder if this is something we could maybe put on some subsequent agenda, because in terms of, I know we've had conversations about policies and procedures for committees in general and needing to be clear about those. And so this feels like an opportunity to also embed that in that process whenever we can have that fuller discussion, to actually map out, to your point, Paula, what is the process, just so we know, like, okay, it's going to go to Lana, it would be sent over this many times and it would be in this place, just so that it's standardized. And that's part of our committee policies and procedures. So whenever that fuller discussion can happen, it could be part of that.
I think that makes some sense. I don't want us to get too far afield from our agenda, because we have a very long agenda tonight, but we did have a member of the public who wanted to comment.
For staff, just real quickly, just tabling this, that's nothing to solve the problem about getting more people interested in the position. So if we're going to table this, let's not just table it. Let's make sure that we table it for the right reasons and take care of the reasons why we table it. So,
Sir.
I'm Colin Butler. I'm a Hartford resident.
Yep.
And I wrote to all of you about this appointment that's just been tabled for this evening. After listening to the discussion that just went on, I guess the primary concern I have is that no matter what you do, you're not going to reach most of the town's population. I don't think a lot of people read the Valley News out of the 10,000 that live in town. And I'm sure 10,000 don't look at the listserv or look at Facebook or Twitter or anything else. You need a shotgun approach. Putting the postings on lists or on the website is going to accomplish very little, because I suspect that very, very few people actually look at the website. And if you don't put it on the front page of the website and fill the entire page with it, nobody's going to see it. If you look at the list of positions that are available right now, that are open right now, it's buried down in the website where you wouldn't know to look. And it's in very small type. And it's just a dead link. There is no link. It's just a statement that says there's a planning commission position available. If you're going to put it on the website, it ought to link to a description of what a planning commissioner position is, which then should link to an application form that can be submitted electronically. But you also should be putting it on Facebook. The town has a Facebook, an authentic Facebook page. Everything that you communicate to the public ought to show up in all the places that you use for communication. It shouldn't be hit or miss. Putting an ad in the Valley News is a great idea, but it's only going to reach a certain segment of the population. Putting a listing on the website is going to reach a few people, but not everybody. You've got to do everything you possibly can think of to get the word out. Using social media is probably your best bet, because there are people in the community that will spread the word after they see something, and that might be the solution. But whatever you do, you need to communicate to the entire population of the town to the best of your ability that there's a planning commission position available right now. In response to the posting that I put on the listserv, I got 10 or 12 responses to it, and a couple of them mentioned that there are other positions available in town. John Boughton, who's on the Conservation Commission, thanked me for my comment, and then went on to say, by the way, there's a Conservation Commission position open. That should not be the way you attract somebody to serve on the Conservation Commission. It's just parenthetically reported in a comment about something completely different that somebody wouldn't even read. We're focused on Conservation Commission. So you need to establish a process that's consistent across all the committees and commissions, boards, and then follow it religiously so that people know where to expect to find anytime there's a listing for a position open. Thanks. Thank you for tabling.
Yep, of course, yeah. Well, we can use our next agenda meeting, put on an item to review our process for posting vacancies.
There's a hand up.
Okay, well, it's good for everyone else, so let's bring the first one.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike Morris.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Following up on that, Mr. Butler, I think you explained it very nicely that transparency, open discussions are there, but it's not. I'll be blunt. The select board has not earned the respect of transparency in the past with some things that have gone on. And I think this is one example of where somebody that's a friend of the group of the majority of the board, and then one of our senators, is applying for a position, and it wasn't openly put out there properly to everybody. And I really want to see this select board change its ways and become popular as opposed to unpopular in the decision making and how they go about it. So explaining things to the public and getting it out there with the technology we have nowadays, and we still have us old timers that don't use all this technology. We got to be careful so there aren't any misunderstandings. So I hope you open up your publications, whatever you have available to you, to put out these positions and accept everybody to apply and see where we go from there. I'm just very concerned with what I'm watching lately, and I'm just asking for the board to let's change the appearance that the public is, I think, seeing lately. More news in the Valley News. We don't need that. We need positive news. So keep trying. But Mr. Butler is right on target here. Advertise where we can, when we can, how we can, to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Who's it? Okay, I'll take one more comment on this. This is the order of agenda. We already did our business on it. We do have public comments scheduled for later, but we have a very long agenda. And we've taken up 15 minutes on something that normally takes 30 seconds. So please bring over the person and then we'll go into executive session.
All right, so Corey. All right. Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm relatively new to town. I've been in the Upper Valley for basically my whole life, but I'm new to Hartford, and I knew that there was a planning commission space available, and there was a lot of advertising for the Conservation Commission in the listserv. And so I am fully support doing significantly more advertising, but I just kind of wanted to say that as somebody who hadn't really been paying attention to Hartford and has only started paying attention the last couple of months, like I found out that there were these boards that needed assistance or had vacancies quite promptly. So some of the things are actually working.
Good. Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, I'll take a motion for executive session. Or not.
That in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law, 1 VSA 313A, I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, and that in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law requirements, I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss or consider records or documents that are exempt from the public records laws under the provision of Title I, Section 313A, 6 of the Vermont statutes.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Alan. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we are going into executive session.
Well, he's.
But he's much older. I think he's like stroke. Yeah, I don't know.
Test 1, 2. This is a test. We're just doing an audio test. 1, 2, 3. No need to be alarmed.
Did you just record everything I just gossiped about?
No, we.
Thank you. Did you say, hold on a moment?
Okay, I'll take a motion to come out of executive session. Mary?
I guess I'll move that we come out of executive session.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ollie seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I will take a motion on the ratification of agreement between the town and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 300, representing public works and park and recreation staff. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I move. I think you still have your hand up too. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the collective bargaining agreement with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 300, as tentatively agreed by the town's negotiating team comprised of acting assistant town manager and HR director Colin Nolte, interim public works director Jeremy Delisle, Parks and Recreation Director Scott Hausler, and Town Attorney Brian Monahan for a period of from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2027, and to authorize Gail Ostrov, Acting Town Manager, to sign all documents necessary to effectuate the contract.
I'll second the motion.
A second from Mary. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now we will get back to our main agenda. So the next item is public comment. So we will hear public comment. We'll start with people in the room. If you want to make a comment, please just come up to the microphone, identify yourself and your town or village of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and I ask that you address the select board as a whole and that you do not engage in any personal attacks. Once we've heard from everyone in the room, we'll see if there's anyone on Zoom. Yes, please come up.
I'm Stephen Pomage. I'm a resident of the historic district here in White River Junction. I'm here tonight to ask the town if last year you gave Big Fatties a permit to hold 72 public live amplified concerts in downtown White River Junction. The reason I ask is that last year 72 nights of my life were ruined and invaded by noise, sometimes at 93 decibels, across the street on my property, on my home, that could be heard inside my house, in every room in my home. This went on from April until October. After several complaints, bringing it up with you guys, it was never resolved. The concerts continued. In fact, they got louder. Now, I just want to say, as a resident, who works hard every day, I work for Dartmouth. At 5 o'clock, I want to go out on my porch. I want to call my family. I want to have a guest over. I want to eat dinner without the sound of bad rock music playing in my neighborhood. Now, I looked at the town ordinances, and there are ordinances against this. So I don't understand why it was allowed to happen. And I want reassurance from you guys that it's not going to happen again. Because if it does, there will be other actions taken. I'm not going to sit another year listening to that stuff. Big Fatties didn't have live music when I moved here 4 years ago. And they certainly succeeded then. There's no reason they should be allowed to do this in a residential neighborhood. I checked the bands that play there. They play 5 different venues in this Upper Valley. Not one of them is adjacent to residential property, and not one of them has live music out of doors. So why is it allowed to happen here in this village? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Gail, did you?
I will check into it and I can report back at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Manny?
At any time, did you contact the police department to have them go down and check the sound volume? Yeah, I have a question. That's a question.
I and several neighbors contacted the police. I videotaped every single incident of this. an officer Stearns one night came by. I have an app that OSHA uses in every workplace in America. It was reading 93 on my porch. Right? I called, he said he was gonna stop by. Two residents watched him drive by. He called me 10 minutes later and said it was below 70, which is unbelievable and completely not true. After he called, Big Fatty's actually raised the level of the volume. Yes, we called several times and nothing was done. Not one thing was done. The music continued. And what's really most infuriating is, think about this. All of you, if you had that going on where you had noise that you didn't want to hear invading your property, invading inside your homes, would you think it acceptable? No, you wouldn't. And it shouldn't be acceptable down here either. Residents are growing down here. There's more of us. We've changed the scenery of this village. But if you let something like that happen, why would people even want to live down here? You know? And it was allowed to happen. Somebody let it happen.
Thank you.
Stephen, what did you say your last name was? I'm sorry. P-O-M.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for listening.
And your physical address, she can have that too, David.
183 South Main.
Thank you.
Any more comment in the room?
I would just have the PD report on whether they went down to look at that.
Yeah, Gil's gonna look
That's
into
good.
that, like she said. Anyone on Zoom?
There are no hands up at the moment.
Okay,
Oh, there goes a hand.
okay, let's bring them over.
Two hands up now.
Okay.
Okay, go first with Marie, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Marie Elvin, Hartford Avenue. Can certainly relate to what Stephen's talking about on a different level. I'm hoping two things at the moment, that we can, perhaps the town would consider doing a town-wide survey. I feel there's a major lack of communication and information from the town and the residents, and perhaps that would bring people's thoughts and ideas together. I know many people are afraid to speak up publicly. It has not been fun for me either, but I do feel very strongly about certain things going on. So that's one issue, a survey, townwide survey, I hope that you will think about. And another thing is the parking. The parking up at the Wilder Park and Ride has been taken care of very nicely, and I thank you all for that. Another thing is we still have to have a place where the people living in their cars or their campers or however they are living, we need to have a place to put them besides in the park and rides, although it isn't a problem right now, but they need a place. There is going to be overflow from people going to the Haven for services. They won't be having room, and these people need to have a place to go park. So I would like to suggest there that the town be looking into donating some property for this overflow. Another idea is I remember when I talked with Michael Redmond back at the very beginning of the whole project here, I had asked him why he didn't consider the 25,000 gifts building, which could have been torn down and erected 4 stories, 5 stories with ample parking and out of a residential neighborhood. And his comment was, I didn't even know about it. And thus, this is the downfall of an out-of-towner coming to town and not even aware of that site. I've looked back there. There's a blank piece of land there where that old furniture place used to be. It doesn't look like 25,000 gifts is active right now. So that could be a possibility of parking for overflow. It's right on the bus route. And I've also noticed across the lot where the tea house is located, there's a piece of lawn there that certainly could be available for parking. The people at the tea house seem very involved in the homeless and wanting to help. And certainly that is a non-residential area where people could be parking while they are going through and receiving services from the Haven. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marie. We have another hand up.
Yep. Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Boleski, White River Junction, Vermont. I hope everyone's enjoying this lovely spring weather. I have a question. I'm wondering if you've scheduled a joint meeting with the school board yet.
Hi, Michelle. I've been in contact with Coach. We've asked Gail to reach out to Tom DeBalzi about doing a joint school and select board meeting. I know we have a couple sort of agenda items already people are thinking about, so like an H. Corey update, an update on like athletics over there, things like that. So it's something we intend to do, and we're figuring out the logistics of planning. And if you have any, agenda items you'd like us to consider for it, please let us know.
Great, thank you. That's awesome. Awesome, thank you. So I also have a comment, and I want to thank Officer Salamita and Gail for their prompt response to a concern I had with the crosswalk on Hartford Avenue near the park and ride.
Yep.
A couple weeks ago, I was driving home and I saw there was a gentleman with two, I assume that they were blind individuals because they had walking sticks, and he was showing them how to walk to go across the crosswalk to the bus station, and they almost got hit and killed, and it was terrifying.
Yeah.
And I was beeping and I almost pulled into the other lane. I was making a left to go home, and to be honest, I've seen that so many times with students and other people trying to cross that area. And so I reached out to everyone, and I got such a quick response from Gail and Officer Salamita, and he, within a week, the crosswalk was painted because it had faded. And he checked the signs, and they're gonna, and they did look at that area, and has shared with me that it's problematic, and so that was just wonderful, and I just kudos to him and Gail. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, and Gail has an update for us during the town manager report, I think, on the steps that have been taken and that continue to be taken with that sidewalk. Any other public comment? We will go to select board comments. Laney, do you want to start us off?
I have nothing.
Okay, Rocket, anything?
It's an honor to serve this town. Thanks for having me.
Ally? All right.
Sure. Just briefly wanted to give a shout out to Lori Hirschfield and Matt Osborne from the planning department, and Two Rivers Fataquichi for hosting another really great community discussion for the Homes for Hartford effort, which is part of the process to update the housing chapter of the town plan. So it was the second of 4 community discussions related to housing and the housing crisis. So a really, I think I see somebody in the audience here who was also there, and also thank you to Bugbee for hosting. The next one of those sessions is probably going to be scheduled sometime in June. So hope more folks can attend. It was a great discussion.
Thank you, Ally. Mary?
It was really fun to help out at the Easter egg scramble at Dothan Brook School. I've never seen so many crazy little kids just going wild and having a load of fun. And even though it was a cold morning for it, they didn't seem to feel a thing. So it was really fun to watch and to help out.
Dan, do you have anything?
Just my only comment, I want to just say that I appreciate all the people that have called in and about the appointment for the planning commission. And I just want to say that we have asked and reminding people that are chairs of boards and committees to list at the top of their meeting minutes each time that they have a meeting, who is there when their terms expire, and how many vacant slots or positions there are in those committees. And I also, there's been 3 or 4 people that have called in. I've kept sort of on top of my head a list, a Marie, a Mary, a Mary, a Mary, lots of Marys. And I'd love to see some of you people apply for this position. I'd love to have a woman that's serving that capacity, and realize that obviously there's only one position on this specific committee, but we have lots of other committees and positions available in town. And I hope that you apply for one of those if that is not your slot, and realize if all 5 or 6 of you apply, only one of you is going to get appointed. And I fully support any of you doing so, but I am only 1/7 of the vote. So thank you. And that's all I have to say at the moment.
Thank you, Dan. Kim?
I just want to say again, I shared with the board that I attended that capital planning forum in Barrie last week, and it was an all-day event. It was really informative. I shared some highlights and notes with you, but I think just I want to reiterate that the suggestion that we incorporate a policy on our capital improvement plan, as both finance director and acting town manager, would you support that we develop that? And I know it came up during the middle of the budget planning cycle last year, and it's something that I hope that we'll pursue before it's too late to try to put something like that together. So later on, we'll talk about one of the recommendations of maybe putting together an ad hoc committee on policy, which could be a group that could work on listing additional policies that we need, or that we would like for the town.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Just a couple of housekeeping items from me. Just a reminder to the select board that if you want town staff to do some work for you, or request for them to do something, please make sure that request comes from a majority of the select board. And then finally, Rocket has to wait till commission reports, but might as well do it now. Rocket's schedule no longer allows him to be on sister cities or historic preservation. So if anyone's interested in either one of those as a liaison, let me know. I may be interested in sister cities, so just something to think about, and we can figure out what those future assignments will be. All right. Appointments. Dylan, I'm really sorry that you came in because we tabled your appointment to the next meeting. We were hoping that we would have gotten word here. So that without the appointment, we go to the town manager report, and Gail has a number of items to walk us through.
Sure. So first thing, there's been some discussion about the road conditions on Route 5 and Route 14 that go through Hartford. And I just want to remind everybody that those are state highways, and that's not something that our staff take care of. Same token with the traffic lights that are out here. Those are all state ones that didn't cost the town anything. We didn't invest in those. The lights that are downtown, those were replaced. The bases were rotten, and so they needed to be replaced. And the lights were, the bulbs themselves were switched over to LED. So hopefully that answers some of the questions that have been coming up. The first item is the graffiti. At the last meeting that we had, some residents came forward and spoke about graffiti that was located at the Wilder Park and Ride, as well as down on the bike path on Route 5 near the Dothan School up through Colonial Drive. Kudos goes out to DPW and the police department. They addressed it immediately, and DPW also did some extra grounds maintenance up there at the Wilder Park and Ride, and it looks much better up there. So, and unfortunately, like within a half an hour of them doing their cleanup, there was already somebody else up there dumping some more stuff. So they went back up and picked it up. So thank you to them, and the police handled, they took a look at it to determine whether or not it was gang activity or other items. And at this point, there is no suspects involved in it. So, and they also did assist with quite a bit of needle removal. So thank you to both of those departments. South Main Street parking lot lights. that was asked about at the last meeting. Following up on that, I did confirm the light installations are included in the summer construction projects. So they're on schedule, hopefully, to be completed by the fall, but they are in the schedule.
That whole, is that whole parking lot construction project happening this summer?
That's my understanding of it. The next,
We look into the possibility of getting a camera up to the park and ride up to Wilder. That might help to deter some of the happenings up there, or at least a way to enforce.
we've had some discussions about that. The one of the items that keeps coming up, having a camera up there could be considered an invasion of people's privacy. So that would be something that needs to be vetted further.
Yeah, there's no expectation of privacy in public. So, okay.
Gail, please continue.
The next item, the Hartford Ave crosswalk and speeding, that was another item that had been brought up by residents, and DPW did an amazing job. They pushed the state to get out there to do the painting of the crosswalk because again, that's a state highway, and there is a liability for the town to do things on the state highway without getting the state's permission. And so kudos to DPW. They went right out there, got hold of the state, and also Hartford Police Department and the Planning Department. In the packet this evening, few different recommendations which were outlined. One was repainting the crosswalk, which has already been completed. Moving the lanes merging sign is currently obscured, so it's kind of hard to see the sign that says crosswalk ahead. The other item, installing flashing beacons. We spoke about that a while ago. The planning department was getting funding for a couple of other locations, so they're going to look to see if we can put some there and maybe other places through the community. And then the last item would be to conduct a speed study in that area, which will be done by HPD, and they've indicated that it was tentatively scheduled for June of this year. So we'll provide more information as that becomes available. The next item was staffing. The last meeting, we had provided you the vacancies for each department. You as a board asked for the number of employees per department. So in the board packet, there is a list of the total staff for each department and the vacancies for each department.
Gail, thank you for doing that. It looks great.
The last item that I have is the paving for fiscal year 2024. At the last meeting, I gave a presentation of the paving schedule that we had. There was some discussion that happened during that meeting. So Jeremy Delisle and Chris Halsworth took the time immediately following on the next day and set out a very detailed email, which is included here in this packet. And I'm hopeful that it will provide any type of clarification that was needed from their original presentation that they gave.
Thank you, Gail. Any questions for Gail? Okay.
Just that extensive detailed information is super helpful, and and you said that there will be a paving plan that will go up on the website
This week, correct.
And it probably won't be to that. It's just going to be like the location and
Correct.
the date timing-ish. I guess we'll see when it gets posted.
Right. I don't want to speak for them because that's kind of like outside of my scope, but they did indicate that they would have it up on the website. And once it is posted, I will send a link out.
Okay. Well, it'll take us to board reports, motions, and ordinances. We already ratified the agreement in the town, the IBEW. So that brings us to the personnel policy modification.
That'd be you, Paula.
Yes. So while I'd like to go through the entire personnel policy and make changes and amendments, one thing that did come up, it was actually a little bit initiated by staff asking about it and a little bit asking during union negotiations as well. The board did do proclamations to bring on Indigenous Peoples' Day and replace Columbus Day, and also to do Juneteenth. And so the consideration is if the board would like to go through the process of making those changes in the personnel policy and adding Juneteenth to the holidays, which would be an additional one, and then making the change of the actual holiday for the other one.
Okay. Are there any questions for Gail about what's being proposed? I mean,
So,
planning.
so what does this mean in terms of our town is gonna shut down for these days then? Is that the plan?
It would be
Be town holidays, so-
holidays.
So town hall would shut down for these 2 days. Okay.
Any other questions or comments, Kim?
Just, I'm ready to make a motion there. There's.
Okay, I'll take a motion. We can discuss after it's been seconded if there's more discussion.
Jerry move that the town of Hartford general personnel policy be amended to add Juneteenth Freedom Day as an official holiday and to add Indigenous Peoples' Day as an official holiday in place of Columbus Day, with such amendment being posted as required and considered for adoption at the next regular select board meeting.
I'll second.
Any second from Ally. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, so that takes care of that. And our next item is the Cornerstone Community Center Vermont Community Development Program Planning Grants. We have to redesignate the authorizing official.
I'm looking to see if she's
Okay.
on, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule.
It basically transfers. It names me the authorizing official as opposed to, I think it was the former town manager.
So I just sent Lori a message letting her know that we're ahead of schedule, and I also let Dana know that we're ahead of schedule.
Okay.
So if we would be okay, if maybe we can skip to the replacement of the water department truck to show the time, or
No objection for me. Kim?
Can I just, since we have this brief moment, can I ask, was there no significant activity?
I did not have the staff do them
Okay.
this week because of the schedule that
Good.
we had for this. Nope, you will have it next time.
What page is it on for the water department here?
It's on page 32 of the PDF.
32. Yeah, let's skip ahead to page 32 if Jeremy's available.
I'm gonna be doing
Oh, you're
it.
gonna be, okay,
I'm doing it.
great. So, all right, so we're gonna talk about the replacement of the 2012 Ford F-250.
Correct. So this is as budgeted in the current budget that we have. It is going to be split amongst two departments, which is the Quechee Water Department and the Quechee Wastewater Department. It will be replacing a current truck that we have, a 2012 Ford F-250. We did send it out, and as it's noted in the agenda packet, we only received one bid back, which was from Benson Chevrolet. And this purchase has been vetted with Dana Clausen, our environmental sustainability coordinator, as required in the purchasing policy. And their preference is to purchase this vehicle outright, as it's outlined here. And we are looking for a recommendation to authorize the interim public works director, Jeremy Delisle, to sign the sales agreement to purchase the 2023 Chevrolet 3500 crew cab 4x4 with a service body.
Okay, questions, Mary?
I just had a quick question, maybe you can't answer this. Does the DPW have a policy? I mean, I just noticed that this was 11 years. Do they have something where they look at things at their equipment and after a certain amount of time, they figure out if they need to replace it? Are they on kind of a schedule?
Well, it's a great question. So first of all, the town, we have a software that we use to manage all of our capital assets, and it
Okay.
tracks depreciation of them when you purchase them, useful life of them. And so that's one tool that they use. And then each department also keeps track of the useful life. And if we have vehicles that once it costs more to maintain them than it does, if they spend more time in the shop, then we're getting use out of them. We try to keep the equipment as absolutely as long as we can, as you can see. So they do have a schedule, but more importantly, it depends on the use of it, and the useful life part of it. You always hope that you can get as many years as you can out of it, but keeping in mind, these are vehicles that are run all the time, very similar to the police department and the fire department.
Okay, that's all. I was just interested.
Yep.
Okay, Lanny.
Yeah, in the past, we have, for highway department, we've looked at leasing of vehicles. Was leasing looked at as an option for this vehicle?
No, it was not. Leasing has never been an option for the smaller vehicles. The larger vehicles that we have, we do leasing, and we purchase them at the end of the contract.
Right. And the reason why we're not looking at leases for the other vehicles is because of,
These vehicles, it's not, we looked at it in the past, but not for this particular one. It wasn't efficient enough funding wise there wasn't enough of a savings to do it. So
I'm not a proponent of leasing. I just need to understand why we're looking at it for big trucks and not for small trucks.
well, when you're looking at the bigger trucks, you're looking at $125,000 to $200,000, and they're considered to be leasing is what they're called, but at the end we own the product. And with these ones, at the end of, excuse me.
It's from reserve, right? We've been putting money in reserves for this purpose.
That's correct. So we take a look if it's more equitable to lease a vehicle, we certainly will. But as I explained last year, the leasing rules have changed and how they appear on our financial statements and how they're treated. So that also has to be taken into consideration.
And these are out of enterprise funds, right?
That is correct. And out of their reserve accounts.
Good. Right.
I'll take a motion. Mary?
I move that the select board authorize the interim public works director, Jeremy Delisle, to sign the sales agreement to purchase a 2023 Chevrolet 3500 crew cab 4x4 with a Knapheide service body.
I'll second.
We have a second from Alan. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we have Lori on.
Do you see Lori on there?
I do, yes, she's on.
Okay, so we can go to the Cornerstone Community Center.
Can you make Lori Hirschfeld a panelist?
What page is that? Should have page numbers on this stuff.
If you, do you have the PDF where you can click the hyperlink on the first page?
No, that's why.
Oh.
I nice to have page numbers.
Okay.
I downloaded
It's
the
on
PDF.
page 23 of your PDF.
Yeah. Mine doesn't do that. I save it and then it won't come to
The
it.
one that's hyperlinked on the website doesn't have the hyperlink.
I don't know, I download it like, you can show me how to do that later, but.
Yeah, no, we can add it.
Well, if you just click on the agenda on the website, it'll bring up the PDF.
Yeah, right.
With the page numbers just for future reference.
I just saw Lori. I think she's here.
So we do have Lori.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Lori. All right, so we're taking up item 5C, the Cornerstone Community Center.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good to see you today. This is a fairly short item before you. I'm sorry, my lights are not great. Back in last year, we had a grant that you did approve for the community, the Cornerstone Community Center. At that time, there was a condition of the grant approval, which you needed to sign, which was the specific document called the Grant Agreement Resolution, single grantee. On that, you had to designate the individual that would be the authorizing official to execute the grant agreement and any related documents to that. Since we, at that time, it was Tracy that was appointed, and since she's no longer with the town, we need to officially designate another individual for that. I did contact the state back in December. They changed Michael to be the representative for the town. But when I got back in touch with them, they had said that it had never been done officially. They should have told me that it needed to be done with an actual redo of this authorization. So that's what we're doing right now, but they also said it would be effective at the time that we did do it in December. And so you will note that the form does say effective as of December 22nd, 2022. So with that, I would just ask you to go ahead and adopt the attached revised grant agreement resolution form PM1 and to designate Michael Hoyt, the select board chair, as the town's authorizing official for this grant, effective as of December 22nd, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Any questions for Lori? I'll take a motion. Ally.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the attached revised grant agreement resolution form PM1 to designate Michael Hoyt, select board chair, as the town's authorizing official for this grant, effective as of December 22nd, 2022.
I have a second.
I second the motion.
Mary will second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Anna.
Yeah.
I was wondering if this is, maybe Laura, you know this, if it's legal to just list a title like town manager and or select board chair without naming them. Is that a possibility? So each time those positions change, it doesn't need to be updated?
I can ask them. All the forms do. These are set forms by the state. I certainly will inquire on that, and if that is the case, then the next time we have to pass one, I will go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
They all ask for the specific name of the individual. So.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Lori. Okay, so our next item is Gail.
So just to follow up on that, we actually did inquire with the state on these forms, state forms in general, because I feel like we're constantly coming back and asking, and they do require a specific name that's tied to it. So unfortunately, we're going to have to do it every time that there's a change.
Okay. Yeah, understood. Our next item is the Hartford Development Corporation Initiative. We're pretty well ahead of schedule. I don't know if you want to take 5 and we can go grab paper.
I did text David. He's on his way here. If you would like to take a 5-minute break, then that's great. Otherwise, Dana Clausen is on as well, and he's ready to go. So it's up to all of you.
All right. So that is the charging and fueling infrastructure discretionary grant program, I believe?
Correct. And then he has the heat pumps, but if David comes in the meantime. Can you make Dana Clausen a panelist? Thanks. Maybe back, when you're ready.
Okay, Dana, good to have you here. We're going to take up item 5E, which is the charging and fueling infrastructure discretionary grant program.
Yes, so what that is with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, there was 2 pools of money, one where funds go directly through states and become these kind of simplified grant applications like we're doing with a couple of building grants through the Regional Planning Commission. And the other form of money is through discretionary funds that go through federal agencies, which are a lot more complex. So I was partnering with Lebanon and Hanover, and we we're trying to figure out what kind of grants we could go for, because none of us alone really had the capacity to take those on by ourselves. And this is one of the opportunities that came up for EV chargers in municipalities that we have decided to try to pursue as kind of a collaboration between Hanover, Lebanon, and Hartford. And so what I was asking for was just a letter of support from the board for that effort.
Okay, do we have questions for Dana on this? Ally?
I did have a question, and I know, apologies, this is an update coming from, an update following up from the March 21st initial item, but I wonder if Dana, if you could just remind me about the specifics of the match. So there's a 20% match required to be covered by the entity who owns the property and operates the chargers. And so if there are chargers that are on multiple municipalities, are those municipalities sharing the 20% match financially?
You would only be sharing the match of the charges that you have on your property. So it wouldn't be pulling as a total, but it would just be the matching for the chargers that you have on your specific property. And this also applies to private entities as well, which are covered under this grant. So if you had a business in Hartford that wanted to install a charger, they would be responsible for paying 20% of the install fee for the charger on their property.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Kim?
Personally, I don't know of any other circumstances where we have done a joint grant with other municipalities. I conceptually think it's a great idea. Who administers those grants, or who manages those grants?
We were discussing Lebanon being the lead organization. So they would be the ones who would distribute funds and do that because they had the most capacity out of all of us.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. I'll take a motion on this one.
Can I ask a question too, please?
Yes, Dan.
I would just encourage, if we could, to pursue the level 3 chargers, just because they're faster. I think that will be what the coming trend is, moving upwards. And I wonder if there's been any outreach to any nonprofits or organizations in the community to see if they'd be willing to host a charger somewhere on the property, if it's not too late to do so. And if it is, I understand.
It's not too late to do so. One of the downsides of these grants is they're kind of rolling out pretty quickly. So, we have like a 2-month window to kind of put everything together. I just want to make sure that I had everybody's support before I started reaching out to folks. And then we will start doing that. And as far as the level 3 chargers, yes, Dan, I agree with you, except for in the cases where chargers are in places like park and rides, where people are going to leave their cars for several hours, and it would make sense to, have a slower charger.
All right. I will entertain a motion on this item. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the select board make a motion to support the multi-municipal charging and fueling infrastructure discretionary grant program effort, and the select board sign a letter of support.
Okay.
I will second.
Oh, we have a second from Rocket. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, so we do have Dave Briggs here, so I think we can take up the Hartford Development Corporation initiative. So Dave, if you want to come to the microphone, or if you have anything other than what's in the packet for us to review, just let us know.
Good evening, I'm David Briggs from White River Junction. I do have some important backup information that I emailed to Gail this morning, and Lori. I'm going to present tonight sequentially wearing 2 hats. The first hat will be as the chairman of the Hartford Development Corporation, which is a nonprofit that we put together as a channel to facilitate and work with the town on initiatives that would bring things typically for economic development. This came out of our first downtown revitalization action plan, which came about in about 1991. And that resulted in new sidewalks and streetlights, and the Hartford Garden Friends, and we even had a stipend for paid director, which we were able to afford for about 3 years. The HDC has been there as an important vehicle from time to time. The next major initiative that I participated in was the tax increment financing concept, which you now know pretty much the full history on that. and it's been dormant or quiet at least for a long time. So I'll play this out to you with my HDC hat on. My colleagues are PJ Skeen, who's the head of the Hartford Chamber of Commerce, and Erica Hoffman, who is the executive director of Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation. And I must say that Erica is a tremendous asset to GMEDC and therefore to the town because of her capabilities and her enthusiasm for what she does. And it's through her that what I'm about to present to you came about over the course of this past winter. When I get to the end of this, theoretically, PJ will be here. We were home waiting for our time to come up at 9 o'clock when we were happily signaled to change that schedule. And we're all more than happy to help you get out of here early tonight as well. So PJ will sort of play the role as the HTC person, and I will revert back to the parallel track that I work on, which is to say, as the owner of the Hotel Coolidge block and the Gates Bricks building. Because I'm working on those, quite frankly and candidly, as a longtime owner operator as my personal exit plan. And I'm excited about it, and many of you know I'm excited about it because I make it a point to tell you whenever you're able to listen. So with regard to the HDC piece, it turns out that we, the town of Hartford, have an opportunity to participate in square one of a really interesting application at no risk to the town. Minimal burden insofar as to get square one accomplished. We would need to lean on town staff, typically as we have in the past. And by staff in this case, I mean mainly working probably with Lori, not Lori and Gail and Paul. So this is a grant opportunity that comes out of a major pool of money administered by the Northern Borders Regional Commission. And it works to bring large project funding across the northern tier of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and New York State out along towards the Great Lakes. And this particular program, which is called the Catalyst Program, asks for a letter of intent. And it's a fairly simple application compared to bidding, insofar as it's only 3 pages and it's a developed narrative that can be written here at the grassroots level. We don't need to bring in high-paid consultants to do it. The deadline for this letter of intent is April 21st. And this whole thing came into focus only two weeks ago now, where Erica Hoffman and I attended a webinar where they rolled out the nature of this plan. So let me get to some of the specifics to help keep your attention here. The plan here would be to apply for a $3 million infrastructure grant made to the town of Hartford with a condition that it would be coupled with the additional funds required, but also to match the $3 million grant. So if Hartford was to be awarded this $3 million grant, it would have to agree to match it. So then you have to start thinking, well, what would we be willing to spend $3 million on? That's the obvious question. The letter of intent is due on April 21st. We've drafted the words for it. It really needs Lori's professionalism and Erica Hoffman's assistance as well to make that deadline. About 10 days later, they will declare who the invitees are to submit an application. Not everybody gets invited to submit an application. So roughly the 1st of May. And then the application has to be completed by June 21st. And the award, if we were fortunate enough to get the award, would come sometime just before September 1st. So it's a pretty awesomely swift proposition compared to many projects that we literally labored over years on to get to fruition. So that's the structure and that's the timing. I'd like to emphasize that you could, and that's what we would suggest you do, approve the preparation of a letter of intent with the town as the applicant and the Hartford Development Corporation as the co-applicant. And with all the details that we put together, submitted to see if we would be invited. And then at that time, after having given it some thought, you could say, well, why do we want to do this at all? And obviously we would be there to help answer that question. And you may or may not want to spend the staff time and the extra effort to hit the June 21st deadline. That would be a reasonable thing to say, I suppose. Well, we see where this is going, we're not interested. Or you could say, let's go for it and see what we get. So what would the $3 million and the $3 million match be spent on? It would be spent, and this is fairly big news, on an underground parking garage that would sit on the Hotel Coolidge block site. And that would suggest to you that one of the visions, the vision that we've been working on, a number of us, would anticipate that land being redeveloped for commercial and housing and supported literally and economically by the presence of an underground garage. Now, this came into focus very late and very fast. And for that, I will apologize in the general sense. We didn't drag our feet. We didn't learn until late in the process when this webinar came out that A, it would be a fit, and that B, from some of the top administrators at the state level, that Hartford was being signaled, if that's the right word, to put in an application because they would apparently look favorably on it. It's not necessarily a long shot when this kind of signal comes about. Would still have to be competitive and persuasive. And the other reason that I'm bringing it up is that I just think it's an amazing thing if it were to happen. I believe as the son of a merchant and a downtowner entrepreneur for a long time that this kind of a resource is compelling. But from a real practical standpoint, if we were to do a major redevelopment on that site, you can't come in after it's started and put the parking facility in there afterwards. You got to step up to it and say, oh, we see where this is going. We've got to make a decision now. Or you could look back at it and let it soak in for a time, in which case we all take our chances that all these holes would line up in a way that would have a chance to do this sometime in the future. So that's the HDC pitch, but it's also a segue to my role, which is separate, and some would call it a conflict, but it's all obviously my own personal interest in the project and the property, because I would bring the property as the landowner to this consideration. Now, if PJ was here, I would substitute him right now to field more detailed questions, and I would help him with the answers, but with our HDC hat on it. I feel it's appropriate at this time, perhaps, to, in his absence, and he'll be here any moment, I introduced PJ to the concept of filibuster tonight. I said, I'll filibuster. So I can't tell you funny stories and other clever things, but I could expose myself to questions that you might want to ask with my landowner, would-be developer hat.
I had a couple of questions just to start. One was, given that this letter of intent is basically due on Friday, are there future opportunities to apply for a single grant? That would be one. And I think the other question is based on all the proposed sort of redevelopment if there was no underground parking, how would that change the concept of what you've laid out here with the affordable housing and the retail and everything like that, or would it?
Well, first of all, we don't know about future cycles.
Okay.
And I touched on that, is that there likely are future cycles in the world of grants of this nature, because that Northern Borders Regional Commission is not just a flash in the pan.
Sure.
I can't tell you where we'll be in that moment, because it becomes ever more compelling from the private side to keep turning. Why would we do this? And believe me, the complexities of this have a big impact on me personally. It potentially slows down a project that otherwise could go more swiftly. And the benefit to me personally would be what's the word? Retirement, that kind of thing. But I have to tell you, I'm happy to be in this position, although my son wonders why I'm taking so long to get to retirement. I just think it's the highest and best use. I think it's the coolest thing we've ever run into in my years of campaigning. And why is that? So back to the other part of your question. This is a huge incentive to the private sector. The redevelopment of this land in one scenario could be largely public housing, which would not do much for the tax base. And I would argue that it does doubtful things for the whole socioeconomic reality that White River is, at least on the upper levels. And it becomes less clear as to what the first level really can become, a world where commercial Main Street retailing is not a slam dunk, particularly at new construction costs.
Lanny had a question, I think, and then we're talking.
So, how far down the road would you say, David, this would be of an ask to the citizens to pony up $10 million?
Well, you inserted the number 10 because I put that in the preliminary thing. It isn't $10 million from Hartford. The stack looks like $3 million from this extraordinary grant and a $3 million bond issue from Hartford. It also assumes that there's potential for some $1.2 million worth of tax and financing bonding power. And then there is a unaccounted for sum of 2.8 million from other funds that, first of all, we don't know if it gets to $10 million. We don't know if it's prudent to do the project even at that scale. Maybe it's less. But I was not discouraged by the people at the state or through GMEDC to proceed without knowing that these kinds of funds are potentially available. Now, in terms of the timing, you just heard me say that my own personal bias is to take this thing as decisively forward as possible. And so I would project that this would be on a pace where we'd be looking at it from the town standpoint, a bond issue that might be like town meeting in March of 24. Because enough due diligence, feasibility work, and even the preliminary design could be done. And I'd like to say one other thing, that I'm fueled partly by the private sector players that I've interviewed and worked with, and there's still 3 of them in my book of activity that have all said that if this kind of a facility was put in place and worked this way to where it was municipally owned and operated, it's a tremendous help to their ability to build high quality commercial development on top of it. So one of the possibilities would be affordable or public housing and market rate housing, as an example. And it won't come as a surprise to you to hear that the private sector is very challenged in terms of building costs and things like that. So make projects like this work.
So I guess Gail would be able to answer this question. How much are we looking at in the TIF? Or do you know that question, or do we have this 1.2 mil that David speaks about for TIF allotment. That's something we could come up with for TIF allotment.
So Lori is on, and I will ask Lori to speak specifically to TIF funding.
Currently, we have a little under around 1.2 million, a little bit more than that, that has not yet been gone to the voters for approval. So it would require to do that. It is something that we have other projects in the downtown that have been identified for use of those dollars. So that's something we would have to go through that process that we have done in the past for bonding. I would also ask that note that there are some rules at the state level in the use of TIF dollars. So we would also have to go to bonding for that. That's money that has not been bonded yet either. So that is a additional debt that the town would be taking on under the TIF program. There are some rules at the state level that speak to when funds, TIF funds are used for entities such as parking garages, which they specifically call out on that. And there has to be a clear delineation between the spaces that are paid for with TIF dollars and what is going to be available to the public versus the general public versus for private sector development. And when they evaluate that, they will determine what portion, if any, of the structure would be subject to the regular assessment process like private property, even though it might be owned by the town. And so there might be taxes that would have to go along with that as well.
So in terms of this, that you just brought up a really good question. In terms of this parking garage that the town would own, but how are taxes figured on something like this? I guess I'm not sure how that would fare out for.
There's a formula that the state has. I'm not as particularly thoroughly aware of all of the ins and outs of it, but there is a formula by which they calculate the percentage of time and the number of spaces that are available to the public and for what period of times those are. And then from there, they will make a determination as to what, if any, amount of property value assessment would be made to it that would be subject to taxes just like private property.
Okay, thank you.
Rocky, did you have a question or comment? Yeah, just a point of clarification. This is just a discussion. There is no recommended motion. Is that correct?
I think the recommendation would be that we agree to put the town, have the town do a letter of
Sign on to the letter of intent, is it?
I think that's the
Okay, so there is a recommended motion for that. And then on that, the only request or the requested motion that you're presenting is that we sign on and support to the letter of intent alone, right?
We've drafted the letter of intent showing the town of Hartford is the applicant and the Hartford Development Corporation is the co-applicant.
Okay.
And presumably, noting that Lori Hirschfield is the Director of Planning and Development would be the contact person for the process.
Gotcha. So to me, it seems, I mean, first off, I like the general premise of this project, but I guess one question about this, well, maybe the fundamental thought is that maybe all the conversations about the details of this have yet to be worked out and may not even be relevant if we're not selected after the letter of intent, right? So it seems like the most useful way that we could sort of address this would be to just focus on whether or not the select board wants to sign on and support a letter of intent. Or is that correct?
I think that's a good way to put it.
And then
I'd like to point out that my colleague BJ Skeeton has arrived, and to keep it separate between private and public sentiments, he's here and in support or explain or whatever.
We'll make sure to grow.
Kim?
Are you finished, Rocket? Two things, and Dan, I believe, has his hand up again. Yes, so when attending this capital planning forum last week in Barrie, there was a representative there, Chris Saunders from the Northern Border Regional Commission, and he did say that there is another pool, this same funding, there's another pool being released in the fall, so there definitely is another opportunity for it. And I asked him, like, if we had minimal preparation around this, like, would there be any harm in us submitting a letter of intent? If we then might, even if we were selected, then withdraw because there weren't all the pieces in order, and he said, no, that sounds like you're not ready for it yet. So I'm extremely supportive of the development, and I think in the conversation that you and I had, David, I suggested that considering the town already owns a public municipal parking lot, that if the town were to invest in a parking structure, ideally a mixed use, multi-use facility, that we would do it on property that we already own, that investment there, so that if there's potential for your development to happen, as long as there were parking, I'd be inclined to look at it in terms of not going under the Coolidge, but looking at additional mixed use development on the South Main Street parking lot. And I don't know how that would impact your project.
Well, to my point, that if it's right there in the middle of things, it strengthens the commercial and therefore the taxable aspects of the project that rises above it. It strengthens that. And you only have a one-shot moment to do that. So you'd have to consider, what does a redevelopment project end up looking like there? And on my watch, I don't know that it would be more than putting the property up for sale and letting it go in the direction of whoever the next owners are. I've tried to be proactive and bring quality and capable components together, because I'm passionate about the high investment scenario on the one hand, but I'm also have always believed, and I've believed this since the day I bought the property, was that if you do good business like this, you come out ahead personally as well. And I'd rather see it in my own hometown, take the highest possible road with the belief that everybody wins and wins bigger than just the chance of divesting and then see where it goes. And I would point out one other thing to the onlookers, is that I also have an interest in the building next door. So this enhances that value as well, for all the merchants and the players in that building. But that's not just totally selfish either, because the tax increment on that building is likely to be bigger because of this, would be my argument. So there's no losers on this. There is attendant risk and rigor that's required, but I'm standing up to it, and I would like to see all of us do that in a unanimous way.
Dan has his hand up still.
Yeah. Dan.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of questions here, but I think a lot of possibilities too. I think Kim has a good point, as does David, about looking at the parking. Now is the time, if this building get rebuilt, to put the parking underneath, and potentially down the road, the town parking could be half parking, half building, whatever it is. But also, this sounds like a good opportunity for us to separate the stormwater drainage issue, if I have it correctly, the terminology, I'm not sure, that runs off the roof of those buildings downtown. So this might be a good time to look at that, to keep that in mind too, as we potentially discuss moving this project forward.
Thank you, Dan. Mary?
I just had a question that's maybe has to deal with too much detail, but in this proposal, I don't see anything that addresses how these issues might impact or be impacted by climate issues, energy and climate, everything, because that is such a big part of our town, kind of policy moving forward, is to look at these things. And like I said, maybe that's in a detail that, it just is too much to present right here. And
no, I think it's a good thing, because any significant redevelopment project of this nature forces all of those things to go in the direction of state-of-the-art treatments. I can tell you, in the building that we're caring for and been good stewards of, it's very small potential for significant improvements in those areas, including, as Dan says, we could cope with the separation of storm and sanitary and some typical entrepreneurial financing measures. We could do that. But we've already ascertained that it's not money well spent in a building that is depreciated as the Coolidge block is. And that's a whole block of study that we spent the last year and a half on confirming that we'd all be better off looking at redevelopment than rehabilitation.
I had one question. So the underground parking, 100 spaces. So I'm just wondering, because within the concept, there's like a hotel, workforce housing, probably need parking spots for tenants. Like, do you know how many will be left over for like public use of the 100? I mean, I know that's speculative now, but it makes me think a lot of them are going to initially be just taken up by uses in the building. And so I don't know if it's going to relieve traffic like around. Do you know what I mean? That's just one question on that.
Well, the net gain in spaces, one way to look at it is right now we have 30 spaces. And so if we got to 100, that'd be a net gain of 70. I've always thought that if this was a municipally owned and operated facility, it would be up to the owner operators of the building to negotiate with the town in terms of what their relationship was to that, either contracts or leases or some sort of time measurement. Technology lends itself to time measurement increments, so you pay for what you get, that kind of thing. I'm a big advocate for a laissez-faire approach to parking rules. It could say that the logic that parking in White River would work today is about the same as the fact that a bumblebee can fly, yet somehow it flies. This is a net gain in the direction of even being more accommodating. And it doesn't wipe out the South Main potential or even the North Main potential. As I said, I pushed this because you got one chance in the history of humankind to do this, because once there's a building there, you can't do it.
Okay.
Would you entertain a motion?
Well, let's see if any more questions. Kathy Milisic has a question. If that's okay, Dave, if you're done presenting, we can certainly hear from the public. So, Kathy.
Thank you. Can I stand there?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Having just, I don't know the details of what you have in your packet. Oh, sorry, Kathy Milisic, Wilder, Vermont. Bad assumption. I don't know what's in your packet, and I know I just went through the FAQs and some of the details about the Catalyst program online, and I'm uncomfortable with the idea of even a letter of intent being done by this Friday. And I see there's a tremendous opportunity for this. It's such a large part of our downtown in White River that it's going to affect so many other businesses and people and everything that I would like to see perhaps a more deliberate involved thing. And if the town's going to be involved as far as matching grants, which it looks like from this, it looks like any town expenditures are reimbursement only. You don't get funds at the start for this. So that's makes me a little extra uncomfortable. If this is going to be something that the town's going to match, I would like to see the town involved more in the beginning of this, because what's going to get out to people is, oh my God, the Hotel Coolidge is being demolished. We have no say in this parking garage, etc. So I'd like to see more deliberate time and not rush into even a letter of intent by Friday. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I did have a follow-up question for you, Dave, around I know that would need a lot more information, knowing that this is a really huge scope of this project, and a lot of the concept is exciting to me. Just seeing what information we do have. What I'm on the fence about, or maybe not totally sold on, is that what the town is buying into, quite literally, or would be the parking garage aspect. And I say that because I feel like the town, we have a lot more work to do and possibilities in the way of, using those funds for public transportation or improving walkability or other ways of of access, that's not parking. So I'm curious if, as part of this, if you could foresee other ways that, you know, the town could have a financial contribution to this, that's maybe not the parking garage, or maybe the garage would be the only opportunity based on this proposal. But I'm curious as to what other ways you might see the town being involved in the project that may not be the garage.
I don't have a quick answer for that. This fits all the patterns that we've worked on for the last several years. In terms of what the private sector thinks it needs to justify new construction. So that's one bit of feedback. I don't know that other programs or other variations of the Catalyst program would produce other options for you. I would encourage you, if you want to go that route, to just take a big step back. And what you learned tonight was that there is something called the Northern Border Regional Commission, and pursue their programs as you will from your own planning and development initiatives. This is what's coming from our side.
Right.
I have a question, Dave. The letter of intent is really just to open the door, is that correct?
It leads to an invitation to submit an application.
Right, so it's.
You would know by the 1st of May if we got invited.
So if we were granted the opportunity to apply, there's nothing in the letter of intent that would require us to shape our application in a certain way. For example, if in our letter of intent, we state parking garage in our application, do we have to mention or be committed to the parking garage? Or is this a conversation that we could have as a community to follow up if we are invited to apply?
Lori might be the right one to answer that question, but my presumption is if we were invited on the content of the letter of intent and built an application on that basis and got an award, we would have narrowed it down to exactly what we're talking about. And I would also allow, even though I've said we've thought this out pretty well, a number of us, the application process itself is going to be a learning process. So there might be refinements and concepts that haven't really been factored in. So it's kind of a joint venture between me on the private side and other professionals like GMEDC and the town and the other players that I've been working with, both private and nonprofit sectors.
Is Lori still on the line?
She is, and there's also a hand up for.
I would just love to hear Lori's perspective on that.
So I can speak for Lori.
Sure.
She hasn't had a chance to review the grant application, so she wouldn't be in a position to be able to provide more specific information regarding it.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Kim. Kim, you want to speak to the public?
Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Bolesky from White River Junction. I would feel much more comfortable having Lori's feedback, since she is the head of the planning department. And I also agree with Kathy. I think it would be prudent to wait and look into this more. And as Kim stated, if there are other opportunities, that might be a better time to look into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
We're just here.
Any other questions or comments on the board?
No, there's not phrased.
I'll just say before we get a motion, or whether we get a motion, a couple things about what I've seen with this. So the first thing is that, you know, this is sort of the big one, right? If we're talking about downtown White River redevelopment, that Hotel Coolidge block, I mean, that's what we're talking, you know, it's the center of town, basically, right? Looking at these proposals, I see a lot of things that are really exciting to me. Things that I think the public could really get behind. I mean, we're talking affordable housing, we're talking retail, hotel, you know, things like that. Like, I think there's a lot here, and I think we're very lucky that we have an owner who wants to come and work with the town and work with the public, who actually is, you know, respectful of the area, wants to keep it. You know, he's been here a long time, you know, and he understands the historic value of downtown White River. We're not dealing with someone who's just going to sell it to someone from Florida and hit the road. So I think we're really lucky, and I think there's a lot of great stuff in this. what scares me is the April 21st deadline. Especially since it sounds like there's funding that can be gotten down the road. And I feel like a project of this nature is something that we need to build support, like in the community, and bring it out there, and hold a public hearing on it if people want. Because it really is an important property. And I will say, Dave, I think the ideas that have sort of coalesced around its future use are excellent. They're kind of like what I would wish for in a redevelopment like this. But I'm concerned about, us moving too soon. A letter of intent by Friday, it just seems like a lot, even to have the town kind of dip its toe in those waters, for something of this size, and that's as someone who is entirely supportive, of this concept and would like to see it come to fruition. That's my thought. Kim?
And I think of it as you and I have also talked a lot about the idea of public and private investment, like public-private investment together, which I'm also quite supportive of. And in that case, I would think that what any sitting board would look for is a presentation from the town and the private sector together, kind of jointly saying, this is what we are proposing for approval, not to develop. And I don't feel like it's been developed on the town part yet.
Well, I don't see the crunch as being between here and Friday. I see the crunch as being between here and June 21st. And so if you were invited to apply to meet that June 21st deadline, you would have those number of weeks and that bit of input from people with a broader perspective than perhaps I have to weigh in on that and just not hit that deadline on June 21st. This one gives you an interesting look under the rock from the people upstream who would say, yeah, this is the kind of thing we want to see, and you're invited to apply. That's all we're striving for, is to get the invitation to apply and then do with that what you will.
Ben?
Does town staff currently have the bandwidth to take this on?
I really haven't had a chance to speak with Lori significantly about this. I met with David last week, and it was the second time that I heard about it. It is a very quick turnaround.
Yeah, we have a lot of other projects in the works right now. And I just concerned about taxing town staff too much. I don't want to miss this opportunity, but I also don't want to neglect what we've had a thorough chance to vet for other projects that have come before us. So I would really like to get some opinion on Lori, whether she has the bandwidth to take this on or not. Between now and June 21st, it's a short timeline.
Well, respectfully, I could say you don't need to make that choice until you.
I understand. Yeah. But I really would like to have Lori weigh in as far as whether she has the capacity to take this on or not.
Rocket?
I would love to make a motion, but the way I would propose making it is that we sort of leave it conditional to the approval of Lori and town management as to whether or not this bandwidth to review and sign off on it. But at least for us as the select board to remove ourselves as being the obstacle to it and just leave open that opportunity, knowing full well that maybe town staff is not going to have the opportunity to be able to do that. But I just think that a letter of intent is a pretty low bar, and there's really no guarantee that we're even going to be accepted to be invited on May 1st, in which case if we're not accepted to be invited or invited to apply, all this, I think we're going to regret having spent so much time discussing this as it is. And if we are, then we can really engage in a debate and bring in the public. But I think betting on like 6 months from now or the next grant thing or the next grant thing is kind of a mindset of, I feel like we should move with some urgency, right? And just try to keep opportunities open. And maybe this won't even turn out to be an opportunity, but I don't think that we as the select board should maybe stand in the way of that, but let town staff make their assessment, given the very small timeline that they have, this window that they have. And if that goes through and the letter of intent that they've already drafted works, and then it gets submitted, and then there's so many conditionals down this path before us being committed. It just seems a little bit heavy-handed of the select board to preemptively say no at all to considering the opportunity. So I would like to make the motion, if
I
that you would
don't
accept.
think we really make motions contingent on like the town's availability, right? Like if we say we want to do this, then it has to become a priority.
I feel like we set
You know.
policy all the time that then leaves open discretion at the town manager level. The
Well,
town
there's no
manager.
the question was whether it was just too much extra work. I mean, I'm sorry, they just have to prioritize it. I think if we.
Yeah,
agree to do
absolutely,
it.
I
So I don't
completely.
think we need a motion dependent on like their ability to, you know.
But I don't think Lori, what we've heard tonight is Lori has not had the opportunity to read it and that there hasn't been adequate time, but there are still 3 days to read the letter and read the grant.
I know,
document.
so
Why- but
I'm
why
fine-
should we-
I'm fine with the motion, but you know, as you sort of said, he has 3 days to read a grant. I think we talked to Lori, you know, that there will be future opportunities for this, and this is so important to get right. I don't know why we would rush it. I think Kathy mentioned, you know, if we say letter of intent for underground parking garage, the Valley News next morning is gonna say, they're gonna tear down the Hotel Coolidge, and everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, what did the select board do? This just came up like 3 days ago, you know, so I don't think it helps the project as a whole, as someone who would like to see this get done, if we act hastily on this. Okay,
So there's one hand up, and then I also want to comment that I'm personally not gonna vote in favor of the letter of intent regardless of how it's proposed, because I also don't know that I have the intent for this project yet, because I don't feel like I have enough information. And I haven't seen the actual letter of intent that I'd be supporting. So I'm just laying that out there, and sorry for that.
and we have a public
There's
comment.
public comments.
Let's bring the person over.
Go ahead, Marie.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. My experience has been, and this, of course, this all relates to how Haven stuff has developed, is the contractors, there's always a deadline. The push is on. We gotta get this through. We gotta get it done. There's no community input as to what they would like it to become. The Coolidge is an icon, yes, and what to do with it, yes, it's a major issue, and that should be discussed as a community, as well as what is happening on Hartford Ave and the development of this town. And that's all I wanted to say. And when you're rushing a project, that is what creates the pressure and the distrust and the anger within the community. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Marie. Board? How do we want to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion and and
You can make a
vote it
motion.
down, it cannot be seconded. I would like to make a motion. Mr. Chair, I move that the board support the Hartford, is it Development Corporation?
Yep.
Is that the correct phrasing? The Hartford Development Corporation initiative in seeking town staff support contingent on town management discretion.
You're gonna have to slow down, then Gail and I are doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion that the board support the Hartford Development Corporation initiatives. Request for town staff support on their letter of intent. Conditional on town management at town management discretion. All right, and I guess I should say what it's for, right? The letter of intent for the Northern Border Regional Commission grant. Is that sufficient enough? It's not specific, name the grant itself.
It's the Catalyst program.
The Catalyst program being administered by the NBRC. a division of ACCD.
We have the motion record. You're comfortable with the motion?
Between the two of us.
All right.
If you do the-
If you got
the second.
let's see what happens there. All right, we have a motion on the table. A second? I don't see a second, so that motion will fail. Thank you for coming in, Dave, and telling us about this, and we hope to see you here again, because like I mentioned, at least I think this is a wonderful opportunity.
I thank you for listening. In terms of with my Coolidge hat on, I would say, I don't know how this plays out in terms of other things that are in motion.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed. And with regard to the comments that were voiced in by Marie, the disposition of the future of the Coolidge as a private property is not a public conversation.
Yeah.
What's public is when it invites in the community to participate. And if it doesn't participate on my watch, it can participate on somebody else's watch.
May I also make a comment?
Yes, Rocket.
I just want to say that if you go around, I mean, everywhere, everyone is all frustrated with our government and our institutions that have failed us. And for me, I think that, I've said this before, I think governance should be aspirational. And when we talk about the housing crisis, and we talk about a lot of the challenges that are facing our community, when we are given opportunities to move forward, to open opportunities, this is not to make any specific commitment on the town's part, but just simply to open opportunities. I think that that is our responsibility to at least explore them. Yes, sometimes they may not be coming in the right process, the right timing. It's not ideal, but life is not ideal. And I think that when we have a lot of issues at stake, which include economic disparity, issues around tax, poverty, homelessness, housing issues, and so forth, any opportunity we have to open the doors and not kick the can down 6 months to a hypothetical future date should be our responsibility. And I hope that the board will consider that next time. Dave, I'm sorry this didn't go there.
One other comment, if you will, and that was my thought, that if we hustled to hit the April 21st deadline and we weren't selected, one of the realities of grantsmanship is that that creates a dialogue and a relationship with the granting agency so that they know we exist and that we know that we're rigorous and decisive and all those positives, so they can say, well, we didn't pick you this time, but here's some signals on how to do that down the road. So that's why I thought there was wisdom in pushing this thing, even though it's a very big hurry. But to just see what's under the rock at no risk or no real impact. There is the problem of being invited and then choosing not to pursue the application. But you can finesse that by pursuing the application styled as you will, and maybe you're not ready, so you style it in a way that you don't get the grant anyway, unless it's totally on your terms. So, there's some dynamics there that go beyond the notion of waiting forever.
Thank you, Dave. Manny?
Yeah, I fully support this on face value of what you're looking at doing in downtown. What gives me pause is the rush to the letter of intent, and like Kim says, not knowing exactly what it would say. It's very leery about signing my name to something like that. I also think that there's a lot of unanswered questions that would be really worthwhile to get Lori involved in this conversation. Like, your basic concept you have is awesome. But there's just, when I talked to you the other day, I thought it was really great. This discussion this evening has brought out a lot of other thoughts that still need to be addressed, I think, before I'm 100% on board. I'm on board with the concept, and we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Dan has his hand up and a member of the public.
Okay, Dan, and then the member of the public, and then we'll take a 5-minute break before moving to the next segment.
I just want to, if I can summarize a little bit here. I think Marie's comments were very good. But I want to give Dave a lot of kudos for reaching out to us as a town and providing us with this opportunity to pursue this. Dave could sell it to anybody and they could potentially close every, retail establishment that's in that block that rents space. And I also just want to be fully transparent here that I need to abstain from this vote because I work directly with Green Mountain Economic Development with my business, so I can't vote on this matter anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Public comment?
Suzanne, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry I didn't hear the beginning of David Briggs' remarks. I kind of came in halfway or so. But being a member of the Hartford Historic Preservation Society Commission, we did a tour of the basement of the Coolidge, and I see this is a really important opportunity because no time can be lost essentially in getting this project off the ground. So I appreciate everyone's comments. I understand it's a rushed deadline, but I do feel that time is of the essence to get something rolling, and I appreciate David Briggs coming to you, and I kind of would have hoped that you would have at least do the letter of intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, well, we're gonna take 5, and then we'll come back and finish up heat pumps, Vermont Community Foundation grant, and then lots of liquor licenses. So we'll see you at quarter or after.
If each of you can stop by and sign before you finish your break, that would be amazing.
I was looking for that.
So I want to give you what I've got. I'll just say you had it. You had it. A lot of things is all really well. Residents have added tweaked from VLC words need for other sources is usually the.
You've been waiting so patiently. You must be on the liquor license.
You have 3
Which
stars.
one are you?
Oh,
Oh, Lord.
You're coming up first. Yes, there. So. Yeah, there you go.
My personal perspective. To start with great just. Maybe the great details.
Good. Tell us about that.
Like you're here.
What are you doing next year?
I was trying to place you.
And then the training proposal and then all of the liquor licenses. So we're actually ahead of the schedule.
And then.
He pumps his own.
All right, let's get everybody back.
Now, where's heat pumps?
Like I said, I did.
Heat pump.
Heat pump is item F.
Heat
Heat pump.
We have heat pumps and we have
Got it.
VCF.
This
VCF.
is the civility.
And then we need to get right through the liquor licenses.
Standard, whatever you want to. And I
Okay.
even was reading this overnight.
All right, let's everybody get back.
We can even talk about
Business, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Keep us moving along.
Yep.
All right, we're back from our break. The next item we're taking up is heat pumps with, I believe, Dana.
Correct.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is kind of a follow-up to my last presentation about a month ago. The heat pumps that serve the first floor of Town Hall, the outside condenser is having issues beyond where Alliance or LG thinks it can be fixed and is recommending a complete replacement. So what I'm here tonight is to ask the board to waive the requirement for multiple bids, given that Alliance Mechanical does our proactive maintenance contracts, is currently making creating a virtual HVAC control system for HVAC controls in Town Hall, and that there's really not any other large HVAC company in the area that will deal with LG, that they waive the requirement for multiple bids and allow the interim town manager to execute a contract with Alliance to replace that condenser.
Okay. So our proposal or what we're looking at is whether we make a motion to waive the purchasing policy. Are there any questions or discussion on this one?
Well, it's to waive, excuse me, sorry,
Sorry,
it's
go
to waive, it's an exception to the purchasing policy, but it's also giving me approval
Okay.
to execute the
Can I get
contract.
clarification, Kim?
Where did you end up finding the funds?
Actually, I reached out to all of the department heads and we're trying to come up with the money. If we can't come up with the money, we'll be coming back to you to ask for partial money from ARPA funding.
Okay.
It's a project we don't have a choice. It has to be done. So the first avenue is to try to find it within our budgets that we have. And whatever the difference is, we'll come back and ask you.
Okay.
Or to come from the unassigned fund.
Kim and finish and then Lanny?
I don't know if Ally may want to address this as well, but with that with concerns that we got through email from Eric House about the grime and the cause of the failure potentially from those outside filters. I'm curious if there's potential for like improved screening or protection of those devices. I don't know what they're called, from the elements. Is that something that can be considered?
We can look into that. The issue is that those condensers need the airflow to go over them because that's where they pull their heat from. So we can look into some kind of screening or something of that nature, but we can't necessarily restrict the airflow because they might not work properly. And honestly, it seems as though some kind of a seal or something went wrong because that shouldn't have happened. Those condensers are made to be outside. So I'm not exactly sure what went wrong with that particular LG system. But that's not a common failure.
And Dana, there previous to what you've set up now, there was not a regular maintenance schedule, right? But you do have one in place now. So potentially a preventative maintenance schedule might have prevented this. I realize that's redundant.
I'll have a look into that because I think this is a very uncommon circumstance. So I don't know that this is something that they would look at. Where, you know, they don't typically go in, I don't believe they typically go in and look for this because it's not something that happens on a regular basis, but I'll double check on that.
Okay, Lanny, did you have a?
Yeah, my
for Dan?
question is related to the way this in the discussion, it says they're performing proactive maintenance on the heat pump in process of installing a new HVAC operating system within town hall. They're in the process of installing the new HVAC system.
No, a control system.
All right, I was going to say it because it's worded as process of installing a new HVAC operating system. So,
Yeah, an operating system in that it's a control system. It's a virtual thing. It's not anything mechanical.
okay, and what is the warranty going to be on this thing when we get it?
I'll have to double check with Alliance on that one.
Now, like, I guess the question comes in that because we're only replacing the heat pump and not the internal components, will this actually be warranted? That's a concern I have with the fact of you're using old stuff and new stuff together. I mean, is there a chance of the new stuff failing and because of the old stuff? Or I'd really like to make sure that our warranty covers the fact of using the old components that we have with the new outside unit. New condenser.
Could you be a little bit more specific, Lanny?
Yeah, we have a,
Because I'm asking because we're specifically going to be removing the entire condenser.
but these
and-
heads here.
And we're putting in
Yeah.
a new condenser.
But
See,
these heads, the condenser means the outside unit.
no, I understand that. So
these
your
heads-
question is you're wondering if these heads,
If these
warranty-
heads are gonna be a problem, if there's a problem with the system, all right, is it gonna be blamed on, you know, the heads or the condenser in the future? What is our warranty gonna actually cover? Because if Alliance is going all this work on our system, are we getting what are we getting the warranty on? Are they gonna say that, well, your old heads screwed up your new system? I just want to make sure that we're getting a decent warranty on this because we're using old equipment. That's my concern.
It sounds like, Dana, you would have to check in on the warranty.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that would be flowing back and forth between the old, the existing heads and the new condenser would be the fluid. And I don't know that would in any way be contaminated or impact any kind of warranty on the condenser, but I can double check on that.
Thank you.
Really concerned about that, spending all this money and having that.
Yeah. I hear you. I'm willing to entertain a motion on this. Or Lanny, do you want to do it, Lanny?
Yeah, I make a motion, the select board to waive the purchasing policy requirement for multiple bids on goods and services with a total price over $20,001 and approve Gail Alstrow, interim town manager, to execute the contract with Alliance Mechanical to replace the first floor condenser for $59,680.
Okay, I have a motion.
I'll second the
I have a
motion.
second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote? All right, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, sounds good. All right, I think our.
Can I say
Yes,
something?
go ahead, Gil.
So I appreciate you making that motion, and I will say that I will have Dana follow up on the warranty items, and we will report back at the next meeting, if not before, to make sure. And if whatever reason it comes back and that the warranty doesn't cover all of that, we will pause until we can have a further discussion about it, because it is a huge investment.
Yeah, very much.
Thank you very much for telling us that. All right, so our next
Thank you,
item
Dana.
before we get to the liquor board is the Vermont Community Foundation grant. And Kim, I believe this is one that you provided a memo for, so I'll turn it over to you.
I gotta find it.
Okay, hold on,
56 on the PDF.
56.
And just because,
56.
first I
58
would,
on mine.
50 starts on 56 on mine.
No,
Uh,
mine's like a
I
Mine's 58.
Yeah, okay. As long as we got it, it says agenda memorandum submitted by Kim.
And so the first thing I'd like to say is my apologies for the typos and the dollar amounts, because I literally was filling them in my car on the side of the road on the way to meet the deadline to get the agenda memo in on time. So in the packet, the amounts for the Clifton Strengths-based training with Gabrielle Luke says 2,060, and that amount should be 2,068.23. And then the amount for the 4 Prism Complex Solutions workshops should total $6,000, not $4,000. My apologies for that. And basically, I think I kind of laid out the history a little. We embarked on this original objective of doing some diversity and equity training as a board, as mandated through the strategic plan for equity and inclusion. We came up to some issues in which we weren't unanimously as a board ready to pursue that objective. And so we pivoted a little bit and looked at what might be some more effective trainings for the board at this time. And I went and did a whole another round of interviews and consultants with consultants and consultations, attended several workshops to see facilitators in action, and got many recommendations. Anyway, I feel like these recommendations are a really good next step forward. I've asked Vermont Community Foundation if we are able to use the $10,000 grant funds that they have awarded us, which they awarded for diversity and equity training for these workshops, and have basically drafted answers to the questions that they've asked in terms of how this work can still support equity in the town. And they've indicated that they're likely to support that and likely to let us use these funds. But of course, they have to know if the board supports doing this work to begin with.
Okay.
And so I would say that the initial, there's the
Kim, just so showing them that we are supportive of this in terms of getting the money would be a vote tonight, essentially, to adopt these recommendations.
Yes.
Okay.
To basically, yes, to start doing this work. And because they can't tell me if they will let us use the funding for it unless we tell them what work we're going to do.
Yep.
I guess, does that clarify it?
That makes sense. Thank you.
Like, they want to know what the workshops are, who the consultants are, as part of the answers to their questions. And we have been in contact pretty frequently, and they're, I think they're quite supportive. And as I mentioned in the financial impact, if they are not, we do have encumbered funds for select board training. So we have the funds encumbered and budgeted for it if the grant funds do not support it. And then, so those are the first 5 items listed there, or what I'm hoping the board will definitively support tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then those additional recommendations are something that I wanted to just kind of put in there as part of a broader board development and sort of organizational development work that I think might be beneficial for us as well.
Questions, Lanny and then Rocket?
A, what is Clifton strength-based training, and B, how will that help this board?
What the facilitator that we're recommending is Gabrielle Luke. And Gabrielle, would you be willing to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Hey, hi, Gabrielle Luke, White River Junction and Hartford Village, actually. The Clifton Strengths Assessment Tool is sponsored by Gallup. It's been used for close to 20 years now globally. It is an assessment tool that looks at individuals' top talents and strengths in terms of how they show up for work, forms of communication. It looks at all four and then also categorizes them into domains that helps to give some insights whether or not, for example, some of us are much more executors, and that's the way we lead and we approach the work. Some of us are much more relationship based. And so we think about the people elements first, and that's our priority. So it's an opportunity to really, do some self-awareness and get some language and focus on how we show up as individuals. But I think that the impact and the power of this tool and the work and the research that Gallup has done really looks at engagement and then also enables us to take a look broadly at a team. And when we look at that team approach from an effectiveness place, it can give some insights into clues on places where we might bump heads or we might complement each other. Also, are the right people doing the right work for the organization? And so it really is gives some strong insights in terms of, what is the value in the diversity among the team, and then how do we best amplify that diversity in terms of our work and how we be productive together.
Can I add to help to answer your question as well? It's interesting in the process of when I've been doing this. I go to Tucker Box every Wednesday from 2 to 3 o'clock and talk to people that want to come and talk about stuff with the town. And a woman I'd never met previously came to talk to me, and she said, "I used to be in this field. You need what the board needs to work on is this, 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 and this." And I said, "Oh, that sounds a little bit like this proposal we're talking about with this facilitator, and it's called Clifton Strengths Based." And she's like, "That's it." So anyway, that was just another kind of reinforcing of, because I can't speak as an expert to like what Gabrielle suggests is the perfect thing for our board, because I'm not an expert on board development, but from the outreach I have done and the research I've done, I hope this will be beneficial, and this will be an opportunity for the board. We're talking about like establishing some framework, some potential framework for future boards that might say, previous boards might say, we did this workshop or this workshop or this workshop, and they were very valuable to the board. We might have some that are going to be like, yeah, that wasn't that valuable, and we don't recommend it for future boards. But this is basically like establishing sort of legacy possibilities for future boards to say, every year after the March election, every board, it would be highly recommended that they do this training. And this might be one of them. It might not, but there's only one way to find out.
To give some examples, I am fresh off, I work for Hyperthon, and I'm a program manager there around organizational effectiveness. So it's called the EMEA group, our leadership team for Europe, the Middle East, India, and Asia. Their management team came together, and half of that team is new. And so this was a similar format that I did with that organization to help them get a better understanding of who they each are individually, and then how kind of the dynamics work. I will also share this tool I've been working with for about 20 years, and I am a certified coach through Gallup, and did this work both in my previous employer, Dartmouth College, as well as it is sort of one of the reasons that Hypertherm awarded me, It is work that can really, as I said before, sort of bridge some gaps. And an example that I will give, and I will not identify which organization this came up, but I was working with a larger team of 20 people. And it was interesting, the week before I was set to do the work, I had individual folks come up with me and they're like, "Oh my God, the team is really great, but there's this one person, oh my God, their work is beautiful, but, they're not really all that engaging." And it was interesting for me because it became very clear that they were all talking about the same person. And when I saw their results, I knew exactly what the issue was. The broad part of the team, literally the other 19 people, they were very, very heavy in relationship building themes and strengths. This one individual their top strengths and their supportive strengths were not in relationship building. In fact, it was kind of their lower tier, but they were extreme in execution. So this individual came to work, kicked butt at work, and really didn't care to go to lunch with anyone or what the theme of the holiday party was. And it was this great moment for the group because they realized it wasn't personal. And I think that's also that other people's understanding that we definitely bring, and we're each invested in some different arenas.
Thank you, Gabrielle.
Anything else?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do you want to make a?
Well, I think Rocket had a hand up,
Sorry.
and then you want to make a motion when you.
Yeah, just point of clarification. So Vermont Community Foundation will not accept any, there's no middle step here where we can say, yes, we're interested in this, but contingent on funding.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering why it is that we would have to commit ourselves to that funding. I was supportive of it when it was through VCF funding, or okay with it. But at this point, we're rolling the dice and saying, well, if they decide not to, then it's going to come out of taxpayer dollars.
Which has already been allocated and encumbered from previous years. It's not going back to taxpayers.
Right. Which I was opposed to and remain opposed to. I just think that, this is another question that I asked the select board, everyone by email, have not really received any response to, which is just that I feel like last year's training completely fell on its face. Like conceptually, it looks good. Like when you read these things like Prism, whatever this last thing was called. Yeah, they sound great. And I think Gabrielle is awesome. But I just don't feel like, I personally feel like when we got through the last training, I put my heart on the table in front of the select board in private session with our communications trainer, and nobody here followed up on it. I have walked out in civil protests, and then I said that was the wrong move. I wrote you all a letter. I only heard back from Kim an hour before this meeting with prompting, but I just don't feel like there's been any substantive, any genuine attempt by anyone on this board to really make these trainings useful. And so I just feel like, shouldn't we respect our time, and shouldn't we respect taxpayer money, and just not make this charade of saying that we're doing these things? Like, if people are really willing to commit to it and like actually deliver on this promise of like, yeah, we're committing ourselves to an education to actually learn and put it in practice, that's one thing. But when we're constantly bringing it up, and like, for example, the message that I sent to you all privately, I know it's only been 2 weeks and I will continue to wait, but there doesn't feel like there's a sincere attempt to actually repair the relationships or the bridging on any individual level. I've come to accept that maybe that's just the function of this board or the dysfunction of this board, but we really should not be asking taxpayers to foot that bill. And if you wanted to propose that we funded it and we went on a retreat and we did it and we actually put our own skin in the game, including putting our money where our mouth is, then I would actually consider that. But I think just really asking other people to carry the burden of it so that we can signal a virtue signal or some sort of charade that we've done this to check a box, it's really just not respectable on any level. So unless we
Take a motion.
I will say that if we make a motion to say that we would support this contingent on VCF funding, then I would do that. If it's just going to be, we're going to support this blindly, whether VCF signs onto it or not, then I would definitely not vote for that.
Let's hear from Dan, and then Ally, and then Lanny, and then we'll make a motion, maybe. We'll see.
Thank you. For full transparency, I just want to make everyone aware, if they're not, that Gabrielle is on the town manager search committee, which I fully support. And I just want to let everyone know that, yes, we are a small town. We're all interconnected, and I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think Gabrielle has a lot of skills and a lot to offer. And I love that she's a local resident that has these skills that can offer to us to move us forward. I just want to throw all that information out there for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Lanny and Ally? Or was one of you going to make a motion?
No, I have a discussion point, I guess. So
Okay,
I firmly support the first, I lost the page again. What page is it again? Sorry.
89.
59, sorry. I firmly support the training from Gabrielle. In this, I think that's going to help us all individually, if nothing more. I do have some concerns about the other training that's proposed. And the reason I'll say that is that currently
I haven't seen anything from other board members other than Rocket or myself willing to identify that there's areas of growth that we need. And in order to have some sort of team building training, I believe we're going to go into this with bashing Rocket myself as far as not being part of the team. And if we're not going along, we need to go along to get along. And I think that I personally have a problem with that because, as I said, I have not seen any indication from other board members whatsoever of the need for personal growth or the fact that they are deficient in areas. And Rocket and I have fallen on our swords more than once to try to make amends, and I haven't seen much for anything else. And that's why I guess I'm very hesitant to go into anything for conflict resolution training of this nature. So I would.
We can take this as two separate motions.
Yeah, I firmly support the first one, but I will not support the second.
But may I respond because my name was invoked? I just want,
You can, but I mean, come on, we just need.
I just want to clarify that I am willing to go into private section and take the beating. I'm willing to, but I just don't think we should do it on taxpayer money.
Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Well, I have
question.
something specific to, it sounds like we're gonna take two motions, so
Yep.
mine is related to the second, so if I can hold off until we cover the first.
I'll do a motion for the first one.
I'll make a motion. For
Okay,
the
Nate.
I make a motion the select board enter into contract for Clifton strengths-based training with Gabrielle Look for a 3-hour session at a cost of $2,060. That the chair sign any documents required to execute the contract.
For the amendment, you just changed the dollar amount
Oh,
to
sorry, $2,681.
$2,068.23.
Amendment accepted.
2068-23.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Okay, go to second.
I'll second the motion.
Mary will second. All right, so we're just taking the first motion for training with Gabrielle Luke. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 6-1. All right, so we have the second motion. I'll entertain that. Ellie, I think you had a
Sorry,
comment before.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify my dissent? It'll be brief. I just want to comment that this is no reflection on my opinion of Gabrielle Luke, who I think is a terrific public servant and member of our community.
Ellie?
Yeah, so in regards to the next set of sessions that are being proposed, I actually think, to your point, Lanny, and to be clear, I would have no intention of going into those meetings to lash out at you or Rocket or any other member of the board. In fact, seems so abundantly clear from so much feedback from our community, which some was harsh and hard to hear, but via email and recent meetings, really asking on us and calling on us to figure some things out and to be able to work together in ways where we can show up to the best that we can for our community. I think things like conflict management would be extremely helpful. Identifying values and creating norms. I think actually that's an opportunity, Lanny, when I've had the opportunity to do some of those sessions in the past, it's a space to actually get into how our values might be different and why, and that not from a place of judgment, but from a place of understanding. I think that's what I felt has been lacking for a long time on the board, is really being able to actually understand each other. And I deeply want to be able to do that. And I know that I feel like I need some professional help with that, and a facilitated process feels extremely useful and feels in sync with the feedback that we're getting from our community, which I take really seriously. So I would be really excited about the sessions that are proposed. I would also add one of the sessions, and it seems like the way the motion is proposed is just, if we were to go that route, would be for 4 sessions, and maybe we could decide what those actual sessions would be later on. But one of the PRISM sessions is around managing power struggles and introduction to powerful non-defensive communication. I think that gets at the heart of a lot of what's been happening, of why some members of the board might feel silenced and for what reasons. that has to do with power and with power struggles that are happening. I think would be very, very beneficial to be able to have support in digging into that so that we can really, again, model the behavior and the actions and the ways of being and actually caring for each other as board members to care for our community. I feel really strongly about that. So I just wanted to throw that in there because it's not one of the 4 sessions that you proposed, Kim, at least in the list from PRISM, that maybe we could consider adding managing power struggles. But I would be in support of these sessions for sure.
Thank you, Ellen. Anyone like to make a motion, the second motion?
You want to make it with adding that, Ellie? Should be 5 sessions.
We could do.
We got 4 on there for the costs.
Well, but we're still within the 10,000.
We'd still. Sorry.
It's okay.
We would still be with at 1,500 per session. We would still be within the 10,000.
And we'll have to give a motion.
Sorry, I'm just looking for. Okay, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board enter into a contract for 5 90-minute workshop sessions with PRISM Conflict Solutions at a cost of $1,500 per session for a total of, doing the math, that would be $7,500.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do you have a second?
Second the motion.
Mary will second. Kim?
You need to include the exception to the purchasing policy. I sent an email about it.
Okay. So can we do that? Can we do this current motion and then do a separate one? It all has to be in one.
Friendly amendment.
To add that exception to the purchasing policy. Amendment accepted.
3.5.
Yes. Normally it's done at an internal level, so it'd be done at my level, but because it's the board project.
Let's do it at the board level.
Be done at the board level.
Okay. We want to restate that motion.
Sure. So I will move the select board into a contract for 5 90-minute workshop sessions for PRISM Conflict Solutions at a cost of $1,500 per session for a total of $7,500, making the exception to the purchasing policy section 3.5. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, we just.
I'll
I'll
second the motion.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Discussion.
We've had a lot of discussion, but yeah, people want to take a discussion briefly, that's fine.
Have to have discussion. I'm gonna vote no on this. I still have not heard an acceptance from board members recognizing that they're part of the problem that's causing us to be here. I have stated that I have growth to do. I heard a little bit from Ally, but I just don't believe that members of this board are willing to recognize the fact that they have failed and need growth. And I personally, you may think differently, I personally believe that saying that you've failed is bad. I think it gives us an opportunity for growth as individuals. And I just haven't seen it from other board members to indicate that they feel that they have anything to work on. And that's why I'm voting no on this.
Right.
I will be voting against this as well. I am not, in graduate school, I am for education. I think it should be done at the time and the expense of the individuals who need it in the format that they so need. But to ask taxpayers to pay for your education is pretty absurd. I think it's just patently absurd. And I think if we were willing to find an outside grant, it's one thing. But to be sitting here and be asking citizens of Hartford to pay for your and my education and training, I think is ridiculous. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay.
I just want to acknowledge, Lanny, I have tons of work to do and I take a lot of responsibility for the dysfunctional stuff that's been going on this board. So I am
That's the first time I've ever heard you say that, Ken.
All right, let's call the vote. All those in
We're trying to
favor
do it
say
very
aye.
quickly. Good to do.
Call it again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
5-2. All right, we're going to close this portion of the Hartford Select Board, and to the great relief, I believe, of our local liquor control applicant here, we're going to open as the Hartford Liquor Control Board. Thank you for spending so much time with us this evening. So our first item, we have a lot of them tonight, is to consider the new license of Neshobe River Company LLC, doing business as Foley Brothers Beer Garden, 5573 West Woodstock Road, Pucci, Vermont, 05059. This is a license. This is an outside consumption license. So if you want to come up, just introduce yourself, and that would be great.
I'm gonna recuse myself.
Yep.
Good evening, Patrick Foley. I am representing Foley Brothers Brewing for the approval through the town of Hartford in order to continue the application process through the Department of Liquor Control for our outside consumption.
Okay. And I see you put some plans in. It looks like you guys are located kind of where that old diner was, right? Or the diner is in the Pucci. Okay. Any questions? Yeah, I'll take a motion.
Yeah, it's like trying to find the area here. Okay, I got it.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion on this?
So, can I ask a question about this first?
Yes.
So how are you going to delineate the area for your outside consumption?
Through a fence, and we met with the fire marshal and spoke about having a split rail fence in the areas of, the highlighted areas.
In areas of egress, you're going to put up signs, no alcoholic beverages beyond this point. Okay, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr.
Rocket?
Move that the select board. Where is it? Approve the renewal and new,
I think it's just outside consumption.
Approve the new license of Neshobe River Company LLC doing business as Foley Brothers Beer Garden at 5573 West Woodstock Road, Pucci, Vermont 05059 for an outside consumption license.
Okay, we'll have a second.
I'll second the motion.
Mary will second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. We all look forward to visiting you.
Abstain.
Sorry, Dan abstains and Kimber.
I'm abstaining from all liquor licenses, just so people know that, because I have one, just so for the record, that's on file.
All right, thanks so much. Okay.
Thanks for.
Are they open now?
Yeah, they're open.
Yeah, they got beer out there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Apparently it's quite good.
I'm going.
So the second one is kind of there's a new license for China Moon, and then there's a renewal of a first class. So maybe we take the new one first. Do we have any representative from China Moon?
We should probably be getting ready to log on.
Okay. Okay, so
Do you know what their name is? Is there anyone attending by Zoom for China Moon Buffet liquor license? If so, please raise your hand.
doesn't seem to be. We can do the renewal and then just go on to the rest of the renewals. And if they show up, we'll go back for the new approval. So we could take, I would take a motion to consider the, here we go.
Right on time.
Hey, right on time, right on. This is for the new license for the China Moon Buffet, right? So this is for the new license for the China Moon Buffet?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you introduce yourself? And it looks like you're applying for a third class license, and I don't know if you want to tell us anything, you don't want to.
Yes, my name is James. I'm, the owner for the China Moon.
Yeah.
I think we have a first class license before. So a lot of customer asking for the mixed drinks.
Yeah.
So I want to try it this year with third class with serving little bit of like my time stuff, to approve the business.
Great. All right, so I'll take a motion for a new license, the third class for China Moon. Any questions?
No, I don't have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the select board
I move that the select board accept a third-class license for China Moon Buffet. There's no address, or should I read the address?
Just read the address.
Okay. 96 Sykes Avenue, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001, and for a renewal of the first class license.
We're just doing the new.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Lanny. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you for coming by and coming this late.
Okay.
Take care.
You too.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Lanny.
make a motion, we renew the
It's not late, right?
liquor license for,
You're good. You're good. Thank you.
Two.
Yeah, go ahead, Lanny.
make a motion, renew the first class license for VIII Restaurant Incorporated doing business as China Moon Buffet, 96 Sykes Avenue, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ally will second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we've got 502. All right, now getting into the renewals. The first renewal is Quechee Club doing business as Base Lodge for first, third, and outside consumption.
There's the one. Right, I was like,
Oh, do you think we can batch some of them?
yeah, there's
Aye.
like. six.
Oh, wait,
Gail is-
Dan, do you have your hand up still?
Yes, I was just gonna say we could batch A through F, as
Right.
all 1/3. And then we could do G separately, H and I separately, and J and K. But obviously I will abstain from these since I have a liquor license, but anyway,
Okay.
throwing it out there.
Anyone want to do a motion with multiple components?
Wait,
Lanny?
I'd like to pull out A, if we could.
Reason for that?
I do not see a very detailed map as far as the outside consumption. I see a circled marker for outside
Did this
consumption.
exact thing come up last year?
No, that was Murphy Farm.
Same organization, but different.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to get down to where the.
It's like page 80,
is.
80s,
And this is just,
89.
you guys can go ahead and pass it. I just would like to see, I mean, we're supposed to have a detailed area of where the outside consumption permit is. And this is not that. You guys go ahead and pass it.
Oh, wait, you wanted to take one of them out? Is what you're
Yes,
saying, right?
A.
All right, so let's take out A and do that as a separate motion. If anyone wants to make that.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, Mary. So just A, you don't have to do all the other ones.
Oh,
We're just-
okay.
We're voting on this first one separately.
So I'd like, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that the select board renew the first, third, and outside consumption license for Quechee Club Incorporated doing business as Base Lodge, 3369 Quechee Main Street, Quechee, Vermont, 05059.
Okay, do we have a second for that one?
I'll second.
Ally has a second. Any discussion before we vote? Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no due to the lack of a map, a detailed map for the outside consumption permit.
Okay. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we've got 4 to 2 on that one. And then we can do B through F. Is that what we were thinking?
All right.
So who wants to step up to the challenge on this
10
one?
o'clock at night. Here we go. All right. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the renewal of the first, third, and outside consumption licenses for Quechee Club Incorporated, doing business as Murphy Farm, 78 Murphy Road, Quechee, Vermont, 05059. Quechee Club Incorporated, doing business as Quechee Club Incorporated, 3268 Quechee Main Street, Quechee, Vermont, 05059. Public House at Quechee Gorge, 5813 Woodstock Road, Quechee, Vermont, 05059. Collaborative Stoke LLC, doing business as Trailbreak Taps and Tacos, 129 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. And Perry Hospitality Limited Partnership, doing business as the Quechee Inn at Marshland Farm, 1119 Quechee Main Street, Quechee, Vermont, 05059.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote on this one?
Oh, yeah, trying to find the Parker House one,
The public house?
public house.
That's D.
Wait a minute, yeah, but where's that in the packet? I guess like.
It's in there.
Oh, and what is 114? I'm trying to find that. Page 114, that is associated with who?
That's one of the Queechee one. That's the Queechee Club one.
All right, all right, I would. Lincoln Golf Course.
So we have a motion from B through F. I have a second.
Yeah, we're under discussion. Yeah. All right, I'm just not comfortable with this, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You can vote against it. That's fine. Okay, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have a 4-1-2. Now I think we've got Maple Street Catering Big Fatties. And then we could, after that, the BFW and the Hotel Coolidge, I think we can do as well. Item G, I would take a motion. Anybody else want to make a motion?
Get there first, hang on. You're brushing this.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Where are we now?
We're on
Okay,
Maple
G.
Street, yeah.
Okay, I move that the select board renew the first, second, third, and outside consumption license for Maple Street Catering / Big Fatties Barbecue, BBQ, 186 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ally will second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so
Lady, were you an aye?
5-0-2.
Yeah, I was aye.
All right, so H and I believe, can go together. They're both first and third. So,
I have to abstain from H.
okay, let's do it separately then. So I'll take a motion for H, the renewal of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Club for a first and third license.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
move that we renew the first and third licenses for Veterans of Foreign Wars Club Incorporated of Hartford, 97 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you. We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Lady,
And
you're abstaining.
an abstention.
Abstention.
Okay, 4-0-3. All right, Hotel Coolidge is the next one. That is a first and third. I will entertain a motion.
Chairman, make
Yes,
a motion to renew the first and third license for Northern Hospitality Limited Partnership doing business as Hotel Coolidge Hotel, 39 South Main Street. It's spelled wrong, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally. Any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so 5-0-2. And the next one is River Roost Brewery. That's a first and outside consumption, which I think it kind of runs together in my agenda, but I think Wicked Awesome Barbecue as the same. And then maybe piecemeal pies as well. Are you saying, is it blurred on your thing?
Yeah, mine too.
So I think
First
they're all the
outside.
three licenses are the same, right? For those three places. So we could do them as three, or we could do them separately.
I say do them together.
Do them together.
Can someone refresh my memory on where the River Roost Brewery is? I mean,
Isn't it by like
Down that way.
It's
right next to Big Fatties.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's where it's next to Elixir, that building. Is
oh, okay.
Across the street.
Oh, they just built a new area, seating area out there.
They're
That's-
in the
Yeah.
process of.
Oh, okay, yeah, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we can take those three together if people are inclined to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we renew the first class and outside consumption licenses for River Roost Brewery LLC, 230 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. David McKinnis doing business as Wicked Awesome BBQ, 93 Beswick Drive, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. and Piecemeal LLC doing business as Piecemeal Pies, 5 South Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second the
We
motion.
have a second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and it looks like, all right, our next one is a tobacco license. Well, it's a second class tobacco substitute endorsement for Jake's Market and Deli in Hartford Village. I'll take a motion on that one.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the select board approve the second class tobacco and tobacco substitute endorsement for KB Ventures Incorporated doing business as Jake's Market and Deli, 1477 Maple Street, Hartford, Vermont, 05047.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ellie will second. Any discussion on this one? All right, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay,
Great. Back up a second here. Piecemeal pies. I wrote a letter to the board regarding outside consumption in conflict with our town's policy for open container permits.
Okay.
And I really think that we should hold off on outside consumption permits on town sidewalks until we can get a statement back from the town police department. Also addressing the policy for open containers and see if we can change that so we can still allow the consumption. We are in direct violation of the law or the ordinance that we have by authorizing open container permits.
Yep, and I saw the email you sent. I mean, I think it's an interesting point. I think what I would ask the board to do as a whole is to ask Gail to work with our town attorney and Chief Sheldon for them to take a look and see whether we are in violation of that. And if so, if they could make a recommendation for an exception in our town ordinance, if that's necessary. But we've been approving these for like 3 or 4 years, and we just approved one last weekend tonight. So I don't know if we need to stop the process entirely, but I agree with Lanny, if the board does, that I'd like to get some clarification on how those two, play with each other.
I don't think that we have taken local liquor licenses in a serious role as we should. And I personally would love to see the board have someone come from the state and perhaps give us a little bit of education on what we as a board should be looking for on these applications. Because to my knowledge, there's not one application that has not been passed by this board since I became a member of the select board. And I don't believe that the scrutiny is taking place for applications that come before this board. They're just pencil whipped through. And that's why I think that we should really get some education on what our roles and responsibilities are as a local liquor commission. And that would be coming from a state authorized liquor control officer, I believe. I would what the rest of the board's.
There was a presentation on this by someone from PLC last year, right?
Yeah.
Blaney, this goes through so many rounds of approval. I don't think it's a bad thing that we approve licenses. There have been how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of transactions have happened under these licenses?
Yeah, I agree.
Which is
Maybe wrong
for the economy and great for life.
And maybe wrong. So
I appreciate your vigilance, but I would say that I don't share your concern.
Are we good as a board? Just seeing if we can get the attorney and the chief to just look at that and see whether there's conflict or something we need to do.
Sure.
Yeah. I will take a motion for item N, the co-op.
Did we vote on KB Ventures already?
I think so.
Yeah, we did.
We just did that.
Yeah, we just did.
5-0. Yep.
Okay.
You seconded it. Actually.
Sorry, it's 10.
I know. We're getting there. All right, I'll take a motion for the co-op. If anyone wants to, Mary.
I move, Mr. Chairman, the renewal of the second class license for the Hanover Consumer Cooperative Society Incorporated doing business as Co-op Food Store, 209 Maple Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Kelly will second. Any discussion on this one? And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 502. All right, we'll end our time together as the local liquor control board. And we'll reopen as the Hartford Selectboard. So commission reports. Lanny, you got any?
No.
Rocket, you got any?
Today, no.
Ally, do you have anything?
I do not.
Mary, do you have anything?
I do not.
Dan, do you have any commission reports? Hold on. Gabrielle, did you have a?
Oh, I have a commission report.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have reported on H Corey.
You want something?
No,
Yeah.
I just Dan if you.
Yeah, I'm calling this one. My notes are in my bag. I'll get it next time.
He does.
Okay, Dan and Kim.
Oh, he said no.
Okay, Kim.
Basically, I guess the public didn't get the, right. Town Manager Search Committee, we had a meeting scheduled for April 13, did not meet quorum, most likely because it was school vacation, everyone was out of town. The committee chair established a volunteer work group to begin preliminary logistics for planning community outreach sessions in a timely manner. And the VLC consultant, Dominic Cloud, is seeking input from the select board, which he did this evening, and is drafting the profile characteristics, job description, and marketing materials for review by the committee and the select board. Planning Commission met April 17. There was a preliminary informal presentation from a developer, BlackRock Investments, for a 240-unit residential development off Sykes Mountain Avenue. The commissioners gave initial feedback, and the developer will continue to work with staff until they come back with a formal application in the future. A self-storage unit application which was continued from March 13th, was continued again to a special public hearing on May 24th to address legal concerns of an abutter to the project. And an application from Churro LLC to expand a single-family home to a two-family home on South Main Street was approved.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any reports. I did mention we got openings on sister cities and historic preservation, and I'd be happy to take sister cities. So if you have interest in historic preservation, let me know. And Gabrielle, did you
When
have
do they meet?
I'm sorry, what?
When do they meet?
Wednesdays.
I can't. I don't know the conflict.
Gabrielle?
Hi, Gabrielle Luke. This hat is my chairperson of the Town Manager Search Committee. I just wanted to compliment what Kim had shared, that the volunteer working group has been hard at work this week, and potentially tomorrow, citizens can see postings for community listening sessions that will be happening next week, scheduled at the Bugby Center, the Wild Library, the Weechee Library, and then there'll also be a virtual. So we'll be spending some time, and we'll be very attentive to make sure that we do not have quorum of committee members at any of those.
Great. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you, Gabrielle.
Tomorrow, not yet, it's not out yet.
It's not up yet. We're doing.
Okay.
I will have more details on that tomorrow. Thank you.
Move to adjourn?
Oh, we got the consent agenda. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Someone do the consent agenda and we can,
Before we do the consent agenda, can I just go over just some open items, just to
Yeah.
make sure that I'm not missing anything? So action items for me and staff to follow up on: Big Fatty's noise ordinance.
oh, yeah.
Camera at the Wilder Park and Ride. That one probably will take a little bit longer, but
Sure. Hold on. Can we just keep it down out there? I'm trying to hear.
HVAC warranty, question on that. And then the last item I had was open container compliance with outside consumption.
Yep, that sounds
Okay,
good.
thank you. Just wanted to make sure I got them.
Okay. So our last item is the consent agenda. We'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I move select board approve payroll ending April 15, 2023. Wait, we have the same thing with the manifest. Should it be the 20th or the 18th?
The payroll is the 15th, that's for period ending. And then AP manifest checks are dated on the 4th and they're dated, today's the 18th.
Should be the 20th, right?
Should be the 20th.
Okay. But the 14th is right.
The 14th is
Okay.
correct.
So approve payroll ending April 15, 2023. Meeting minutes of March 9th and April 4th, 2023.
Nope, you're right. It is.
AP manifest of April 14 and April 20.
The manifest that is here, the payment manifest is dated 4/18 running through. It's 4/18.
Okay, correction, 4/18. And that's it. The other ones are already approved.
I'll second.
Wait, is that the whole consent agenda?
It is.
No, Kim, I'm really sorry. It is the 20th, the 4/14 and 4/20. I
Okay.
apologize. You are correct.
Since we haven't had a second, can I start?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So could we approve payroll ending April 15, 2023, approve meeting minutes of March 9th and April 4th, 2023, and approve AP manifest of April 14th and April 20th, 2023.
Hey, we have a second.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
It's just, my name is spelled wrong in the minutes for the 9th, but the last name's spelled wrong.
Okay, well, we can fix that.
Yeah. That's it.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Did we vote on that?
Can I make a comment too, please?
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yes, Dan?
So in the April 4th minutes, it says in the consent agenda that we pulled the March 9th agenda minutes, but yet they're also approved below. So I think those somehow need to be consistent. I think that just if we remove them from the part below, it says one part we removed them, one part they're approved. So I just think it needs to be structured properly so that it reflects what we did.
Can we just reconcile that at some point?
It's fine with me. I'm just pointing it out. That's all.
Yeah, okay, so the 4 minutes say it was both without March 9th and with March 9th.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'm not following that one, so that's not.
So
me.
moved.
Okay. All those in favor of adjourning?
Well, we need a second.
Oh,
I'll second.
I think.
Ally seconds. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Who made
Okay.
the motion to adjourn?
I did.
Rocket did it. And Ally was the second.
All right.
Discussion, right?
So